radio energy right there.
Let's go.
Because we got it.
Jon Gruden, genuine fake enthusiasm.
Ooh.
Let's do it.
Ooh.
What are we doing? What, is there a Gruden thing?
Yes.
Oh, what? What's that dude up to? I heard an interview with Jay Gruden the other day, and Jay Gruden was a quality control staff on my team, my team. The team that I stood on the bench for.
The team that you led to the Super Bowl?
Yes. Under my watchful tutelage. Yes, the Super Bowl champions. And I forgot, because I didn't deal with him very much. He really wasn't, he was more of a meeting guy instead of being out on the field. I forgot how much he is Jon Gruden. Like the way they talk, the mannerisms.
So Jay's just like John.
It is creepy. And I was like, oh, yeah. Like I was listening to an interview with him. He was on one of like the PFF podcasts or something, and I was like, "Oh my God!" It sounds like when Caliendo does the Gruden impression.
Yeah,
that's what it is. But it's just Jay Gruden. It's so creepy.
What's he doing now?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing now. He was obviously he was a head coach, and then he was an OC, and then he was an analyst a couple places. I think he might just be, I don't know, being Jay Gruden right now. When during the interview, it was like, oh, Jay Gruden. And I think he just kind of piggybacks off of.
That's how they introed him. Oh, Jay Gruden.
Well, yeah, there wasn't, normally, when you have an interview, it's like, hey, this guy's doing this, this, and this. This was just like, oh, here's Jay Gruden.
He hasn't worked since 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just hanging out.
Good for him.
Yeah. I mean, he probably has enough money. He did,
He did well.
And he was, because when I was in Tampa, he was still doing the Arena Football League stuff. He was a player. So when they would lead up to some of the playoffs and stuff, there were times he would go under center. He was like a weird, holding on to your dreams, playing, because I don't remember if it was in Orlando or whatever, but he was playing for one of the Arena League teams down there, and they just would kind of show up sometimes, and I don't know, he was like a quality control guy.
Before I get to the big Jon Gruden news, I have to intro our producer for about a half an hour.
Yay!
Jeff Rust, everybody.
Hey, what's going on?
And I will state for the record once again, no one in the history of this station puts a smile on my face quite like looking at that man right there.
I agree.
Yeah.
He's a man of the people.
He is. He's just jovial.
Most of the time.
What'd you say?
Most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. I've seen him cranky. I've seen him frazzled.
Yeah.
But not today.
I've always said that I would like, and I'm a little disappointed I haven't gotten it yet. I want a glossy, 8x10. Have you ever seen Better Off Dead?
Yeah, of course.
For
I want my $2.
Yeah, for Christmas, where little Ricky gives Monet the 8x10 glossy of him, with a little handmade frame. I want one of those of Russ just up at my house, in my office, and because every day when I came downstairs and I looked at it, it would just make me smile. And then people would randomly come over and be like, dude, what is that? And I'm like, oh, it's just Rust. Who is that? I'm like, you don't worry about it. Just know Rusty's there.
Yeah, so Rusty's hanging out for about a half an hour, and then Will Ortner's going to be in here. We're kind of rotating the...
We had to sometimes you got to pitch in for the people.
Yeah. Had to call an audible.
Yeah, we called
did.
an
We
audible.
red pandied it.
Omaha! So thanks, Rusty. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ortner will be in here in a little bit. Nobody wants that, but it's what we have to do. Jon Gruden in the news today.
Oh, what's still the lawsuit thing?
No.
I did not see Jon Gruden in the news.
No. Well, it's not really in the news.
Okay,
but
I was like...
Jon Gruden is preparing to be a college football coach.
What is that even? Is this like Brett Favre non-news? When Brett Favre may or may not do something?
Gruden is blackballed from the NFL.
Yes.
Okay, so he'll never coach in the NFL again.
Does not seem that way. Although I thought he was doing some analyst stuff for an NFL team.
Is he?
I think so. I thought that, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
I thought he consulted with. I thought it was with Sean Payton, maybe, or I don't know. He was doing some sort of consulting thing, but it wasn't. Again, much like Jay Gruden, you're not a coach. You're just, you're just there.
He is an advisor for the Milano Seamen of the European Football League.
Okay, what did he do before that? I swear, he
that's his job.
He did something.
Yeah,
in
he
the
was a
NFL.
consultant for the Saints.
Okay,
2023 Saints.
so that wouldn't have been Peyton, but
So
maybe
that's
that's what I was thinking. Was the
Dennis
Saints.
Allen.
Okay.
Why are you clapping?
The semen?
Yeah,
John Gruden and the semen.
that's a little alarming, isn't
That
it?
is a little
The
alarming.
Milano Seaman.
Hey, who you going to see tonight? John Gruden and the Seamen. What? Yeah, they're playing over at the Crystal. I heard they put on a great show. Those Seamen.
So Gruden is studying the college game to perhaps become a coach at the
Oh.
college level.
Boy, I'm intrigued how that would go. Like John Gruden kissing the ass of a 17-year-old kid.
I don't know. I think the guy just can't stop coaching.
He can't.
You know,
and
he knows the NFL isn't going to be it. So.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll say this. He was I was around a lot of good coaches in my brief little tenure in college, and we had Lavelle Edwards and Norm Chow, and I got to see Mike Shanahan and Gary Kubiak, and we had a lot of really, really smart guys that I got to be around, and smart players. John Gruden has forgotten more about football than I will ever know. He was Sean McVay as far as a savant before McVay, and I don't think Gruden is the greatest coach in the world because I think he's a little blinded by his own supply. But that is his recall and the attention to detail, and he just grinds you. I think he's like Harbaugh. He wears out his welcome real fast. But God, sitting in front of a whiteboard with that guy was the most terrifying thing in the world because he just was smarter than anyone else in the room. But the problem is, like Mike Martz was like this. When you're the smartest guy in the room, sometimes it's hard to have a collaborative effect because you just think your way is the only way, and and that can
My
be,
way is the only way.
that can be detrimental.
Well,
he needs the semen, is what he needs.
you know what he needs? He needs to team up with Prime.
God, they'd murder each other.
Who would you rather have as your college coach, Prime or Gruden?
Gruden, because I think Deion's kind of a moron, and Gruden's really smart.
What if you had Gruden and Prime? Co-head coaches.
I don't think you could.
Why not?
I don't think their egos could fit in the same room.
Who has a bigger ego, Prime or Gruden?
Boy, you are hard-pressed to find someone with a bigger ego than John Gruden, but the answer is Coach Prime.
Yeah, I think it's Prime.
Because at least with Coach Gruden, I think you can call him John. You can call, like some of the guys called him John. Keyshawn Johnson used to just berate him. Like as much of a hard ass as he was, Keyshawn did whatever he wanted and told Gruden to go blank himself many times. I don't think that happens with Coach Prime. He doesn't even let you call him Coach or Sanders or it's Coach Prime or Prime. No, that's an ego. When you're the greatest to ever do something like he is, your ego, it's a different strategy.
Yeah, he's showing it to us too, boy.
Oh God, yeah. But his latest was that he said he would suspend his players if they acted like the other team's players towards the Colorado players.
Do you believe?
Sure.
What does that mean?
I guess he's, that the trash talking and I guess the perceived cheap shots and all that and the treatment from other players. He's saying that if his players acted like that, he would just suspend them. I'm like,
Wait, they do act like that.
yeah, but he
Don't
doesn't suspend them. So again,
So he's lying.
He's lying.
Oh, the plight of Prime.
The
What
plight
a
of
tough
Prime.
life.
Yes.
Well, anyway, Gruden says he didn't say. They just said that he's brushing up on his college.
Well, I always said this was many, many moons ago on this program because we've been doing it
Right
for
here.
many, many moons.
Right here on the fan. You heard it here.
Before he got the second chance with the Raiders, I said because that he's like, I think when we were talking about the Notre Dame job, I don't remember which time it came up. It might have been, I remember, was it O'Leary that got fired from there for lying? And Gruden was sniffing around, and he's a Midwest guy, and I do remember saying, dude, Notre Dame should go get that guy. Because he could sit down in before the NIL days where you had to kiss everyone's ass, he could sit down in a living room and the dad would want to drink with him, the mom would want to sleep with him, and the kid would want to come play for him. And you plop the Super Bowl ring down on the table and say, hey, you want to be an NFL quarterback? Come with me. I thought he could have been a really, really good college coach. I don't know in this environment if he could, but back in the day, and I thought his intelligence and the schemes would work really well in college. Because in college, if you're a really bright guy a la Lincoln Riley, you can just out scheme people. The NFL, it's a lot harder. Guys are there's no shortage of really, really bright guys, and it's harder to get around that. But in college, you can win a lot of games just being smarter.
Yeah, George O'Leary. So I was just looking at the Notre Dame coaching history.
Yeah.
You know how far back you got to go to find a coach who had a losing record at Notre Dame?
A losing record?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, did Charlie have a losing record? No, he had a winning one too, huh?
He did.
Well,
Charlie Wise, 35-27.
Okay. So, but basically, Notre Dame wins no matter what.
I mean, you got to go back to 1962.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
So the Bob Davies of the world, the Charlie Weisses, all that, Ty Willingham, they all had winning records, huh?
Era Parseghian. What a cool name. 95-17. Dan Devine, 53-16.
Dan Devine was the coach when Rudy was there.
Yeah.
The much maligned Dan Devine.
You and I were just little wee lads in diapers.
Yeah, when Rudy was lying about that.
Jerry Faust, 30-26.
Oh, I forgot Jerry Faust.
Lou Holtz, 130.
And their last national championship.
Bob Davie, 35-25.
Yep.
George O'Leary, 0-0. Fired before hitting the sideline. Actually, fired before even getting on campus, I would imagine.
Yeah.
He lied about his resume.
Yep.
Tyrone Willingham, 21-15.
Okay.
Now, there was an interim named Kent Bear who took over after they fired Willingham, and he lost one game, but I don't count that.
That doesn't count.
Charlie Wise, 35-27. Brian Kelly, 113-40.
He was really good.
And Marcus Freeman, 19-8.
Huh. Boy,
How
you want
about that?
You want to talk about a consistent program?
Yeah.
I give you Notre Dame.
Pretty good.
Not enough though.
Pretty good.
Winning 7 games in Notre Dame gets your ass fired.
Pretty good. So anyway,
which second place gets you a set of steak knives. Third place, you're fired.
if you're looking for a coach out there, maybe Gruden's your guy.
Oh. And Vancouver Ford text line: would Gruden remember that you played for him? No, we've answered that. We already had that. We've had that. Yeah, we ran into him at the national title game, and I can assure you that John Gruden does not remember.
He had no idea, and it tickled Mike Tirico pink.
Mike Tirico thought it was great. Gruden got mad, thought I was making fun of him, and stormed out of the weight room. So that is that.
So Joey Harrington's going to be live today, 5:30. There is a little birdie that told me that Joey was at the WNBA presser the other day.
That guy's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Well, he's involved in the Thorns.
I wonder if he's like part owner.
Well, I mean, he's a part owner of the Thorns, and it's the same group that owns the Thorns.
Yeah.
And can he give us a little insight into the team name?
And we have to carve out a place for him on our live 1-hour WNBA pregame show
every day
from the Sports Bra.
Absolutely. Let's go.
We'll have to ask him those questions.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm allowed back into the Sports Bra. So
what do you mean back in? You went?
Can we we may have to do something. There's an incident and I don't know. It's like a 40-foot thing. So we may have to do the pregame show from the parking lot.
Restraining order?
We may have to do the show from the parking lot of the Sports Bra. You know, just saying.
Well,
maybe
listen,
I could do like a remote man on the street sort of thing. You're in the Sports Bra and I'm adjacent to the Sports Bra.
We got a big show. I'm telling you.
It's really big.
And I see Will Ortner over there. So you got one segment of Jeff Rust.
Ladies
and gentlemen,
of
Jeff Rust.
God,
Great job.
Amazing.
Great job.
Rusty, no one's ever done it better.
I tell you what, I am tuckered out.
Yeah, it's a tough one. All right, we'll be right back with today's poll question. Let's talk football coaches. Again, more football coach talk on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football.
right. Hope you're having a good little Friday. Beautiful Northwest day.
It's crisp out there.
Isn't it great?
It is.
Poll question time. We put our poll question out there on X at 1080 The Fan. Give us a follow. Yesterday we asked you which Northwest sports fan bugs you the most. Now this I consider a small victory for Blazers fans. Okay.
Okay.
Because they only got 5% of the vote.
Hey, look at that.
Isn't that great?
That is great.
People are not bothered by Blazers fans.
Well, it's tough when you're this bad and you've been this bad for a while. You really don't have anything to.
Yeah, but if they were good, I don't think this poll would be any different.
All right.
Blazer fans are an agreeable lot.
Go Blazer fan.
They're very the only thing you could say about Blazer fan is they're probably a little rosier than your average.
Although some of that is starting to sour a little bit. Like no one loves the third string point guard more than Blazer fan.
A little burp there.
Yeah, a little burp there. But
to take a guy that won't be ready to play for at least 4 years.
That's the Tropical Vibes sparkling starfruit.
They're always upset. You made it. Excuse me.
But they
I love your little burps.
I think their enthusiasm has been beaten down recently, you know.
Yeah, I know, but they're kind of always I don't think anything changes. I think the fan bases are kind of what they are, and the Blazers are overly rosy, probably more so than many cities.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, they're great.
Yeah, I can see that. Someone had a pretty good one on here, though, that like Jesuit high school parent should be on the list. That's pretty good.
That's good, but I mean, I've
high
had
school
dealings.
parent is rough.
I've had dealings with and I don't even think it's just, look, I hate to say this. I don't even think it's just parents.
Oh.
It's like just the whole culture.
Yes.
And that includes administrators,
youth sports in general,
coaches. It's weird.
If you gave me
But that's universal though.
If you gave me youth sports
come on.
fan, that would be my number one.
Yeah, but
my kid's going to go. My kid's the next Michael Jordan. My kid's the next Pat Mahomes. I'm like, oh my god.
But that's universal. That's anywhere.
Yeah.
Here we have only Blazers fans
Right.
and only Seahawks fans
true.
and only Ducks fans.
Yeah.
And we have our archetype of soccer fan here too.
Mhm.
So they made the
Yeah,
list.
soccer fans a lot. I
Yeah.
go to all those games. And let me tell you, super soccer fan is a lot.
I think they annoy some people around here.
Yes.
So here are the final results. Which Northwest sports fan bugs you the most? Duck fan, 48%.
Yeah, I can see that.
Seahawks fan, 28%. Soccer fan, 19%. Blazers fan, 5%.
It's the right answer. Look, here's the thing about Duck fan. You know you're obnoxious. You know you're annoying. You know
I think
everyone
they
hates
like
you. And I think you kind of embrace it. You know, it's like I've always said you're new money. You're the BMW 7 Series with a Six Flag bumper sticker on it. You know, and you've embraced it. And you don't care, which I can appreciate. So yes, Duck fan should win this poll question, but I think Duck fan is going to wear that as a badge of honor. I don't think they're going to push back and be like, that's ridiculous. They're going to be like, hell yeah, deal with it. And then when they don't win again, then everyone else will yell and scream at them, and then they'll be like, what have you done? Duck fan, the only time Duck fan gets all uppity is when someone points out that they really haven't won anything. And then everyone gets...
and that's how you know you got them.
Yeah.
Because they get bristly about that.
Exactly.
Meaning that they know that there's truth to that.
Yes.
Before we get to today's fun little poll, somebody texted the Vancouver Ford text line and asked, let's rank the worst youth sports parents.
Oh, baseball, number 1.
Football, baseball, soccer, basketball, hockey, golf.
Baseball, 1.
Why do you say that?
Dude, travel baseball and just the baseball culture in general has always... Little League Dad is the OG.
Oh, so you're going Little League.
Little League, and then when you get into the travel team stuff and every kid's Bryce Harper, I'm sorry, but softball dad and baseball dad, I'm combining the two. You know who you are. You're the biggest douche out there, and it's not even close. Baseball, softball, number 1. Football slides in number 2. Because
basketball though?
What?
Basketball?
Nah, I'm going football because football dad still wants to fight everybody. Football dad's like running out on the field and thinks that he can still kick everyone's ass at like 55 years old. Then I'm going basketball. Then I'm going soccer. And at the very end of it, I'm taking hockey dad and mom because they're too damn tired and it's too much money to drive everyone. They sit in the stands and for the most part, it's pretty good.
Underrated one, volleyball mom.
Oh, there you go.
If you have not dealt with volleyball mom, you should thank your lucky stars.
Why is that?
They are the worst.
By the way, Will Ortner,
Hey,
everybody.
Will.
Our
And-
second producer in 2 segments.
That's what we just run through them.
We're on a roll.
Well, you guys keep yelling at him.
And Will dated volleyball girls, so I think Will knows.
that
Coached volleyball
So you're
girls.
basically-
Oh, yeah.
So you're talking crap about your ex's mom? Is that basically what we're doing here?
No, because she hurt me. She knows where I
Volleyball
live.
mom.
She's a lot.
Tell us about volleyball mom.
It's a lot of like living through daughter, but like telling everyone that you're not living through your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a lot of like catty things. Like almost at times, mom, like leaves out other kids. Like it's almost like moms get into it with kids. It's a whole thing, dude. Volleyball moms are the
Yeah.
worst.
I mean, don't you think this is all sports? But
Sure.
you know,
Yeah, and there's and now you know because you
it's
got
just people.
yeah, you got cheerleading mom and people are throwing track and field. I mean, you got to narrow it down somehow.
Ooh, cheer mom.
I'm still saying from my experience in this, I'm still saying baseball, softball is just it's the most insufferable. It just there's always something going on. There's always a tournament. The kids got like 19 like layers of eye black on. The mom and dad are in the thing in like full uniform, ready to go. It's so much. It exhausts me. I walk my dog up around my high school, the high school where I live by, and they've built a new high school and there's a bunch of fields there now and there's tournaments there all the time. And just as I walk with him, it's a cavalcade of dumbasses. And not everyone, I'm sure there's some great parents that sit up there and mind their own business, but like I can just see the dad. And by the way, if you ever want to know who the douche is, and I hope this isn't you, but if it is, know who you are. You're the one that's about halfway down the baseline leaning against the fence. You can't even be in the stands. You need to be closer to the action so you can get better access to yelling at the other kids on the field. It's just we see you and it's an embarrassment. Just sit in the stands and quietly cheer on your kid, and then when he does something cool, clap and then shut up.
What if they just don't want to talk to the other parents?
Well, that's
Which
possible.
is why they're down there.
That is possible.
Or
but,
they're taking a call.
but for the most part, it's not the case.
All right.
And yes, football, someone saying football dad's the worst. Yeah, he's terrible too. Any parent that
They're all bad.
they're all bad.
Basically, parents are bad. Humans are bad.
Youth sports would be better if the parents weren't allowed to be there, if they had
Kids
to
are
watch
bad.
via Zoom.
Who isn't bad? Sports talk hosts?
Yeah, I would think so. Well, I don't know. There's
Yeah, we're
Eighth
bad.
grade science teachers,
There you
substitute
go.
science
there
teachers.
you go.
Rob, we've been to plenty of events where the media gathers, and if you
Yeah.
ever want to be embarrassed about what you do, go to a media gathering.
Yeah, that's
sometime.
true. Should we okay. You can be super media guy
Yeah.
or super sports dad.
Oh my God. Can I just kill myself?
Now, come on. We don't need suicide jokes here.
I have to be one or the other?
Yes.
I think I'd have to be super media guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that hurts me. It hurts me to my core. Like I would have to be softy and like cry when my team win.
I can't see it.
I can't either, but I also can't. There's just no way. I'd have to be able to live with myself, and I could not live with myself being sports dad. I just couldn't. I absolutely could not.
The archetype of super media guy is that they just take what they do and themselves far too seriously. That's the
Yes.
general
Yes.
feel.
It's like when Stephen A. Smith is like, "You don't want to make an enemy out of me."
Yeah, it's like
You're like, "What?
you
What, are you
cover
gonna show up and you're gonna like blow up his phone? What do
you cover basketball.
Exactly.
Okay, calm down.
Settle down, Cookie. Like easy." But sports dad is just at least
He's
if-
intense.
Yeah, sports dad is intense, and he like you see like the video of like some like the wrestling dad that comes on the mat and like S cans the other kid because he's beating up the son's losing a match or something, or he's yelling and screaming at his kid, or he's trying to fight the coach, or brawls break out. Like seriously, people fight other grown men over like 11-year-old kids playing football. Like as bad as Stephen A. or any one of those people, it's not that. Sports dad it's the worst. It just is.
All right, here is today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. The question is as follows. You have one season and must pick one of these four as your head coach. Who do you chooseth? Kyle Whittingham, Mike Gundy, Lincoln Riley, or Brian Kelly? Vote and vote hard.
Well, that is. So just 1 year.
Yep,
Right? It's
one
not built,
season.
It's not building a program.
So we're taking age out of it.
yeah.
You just football coach.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, taking Lincoln.
All right. Well, let's come back. Let's break so we can stay on the clock here. Got off on a little bit of a tangent. Thanks a lot. Text line. Wait, that's probably our fault, isn't it?
Probably. I mean, we are in control of this.
But I do want to do a Segi. The reason I put that up there is because Kyle Whittingham and Mike Gundy go head-to-head for the first time ever
Yeah.
this weekend.
Kind of mullet versus mullet. I mean, Whittingham's got a little bit of a mullet, and then Gundy fully embraces the
And
mullet.
I believe these are two of the best but least talked about coaches in all of college football.
I have long said my dream for BYU would be to get Kyle Whittingham. He was a BYU player, and we never were able to get him, and it's not going to happen. He's going to retire at U. But I love Kyle Whittingham. If I was coming out of college today and I could pick one guy to go play for, I would go play for Kyle Whittingham. I would be a Ute.
So let's talk about this big game and the similarities between those two guys next. Here's Will.
This is a foot.
production. All the respect in the world to Kyle Whittingham, and he seems like and everyone I know says he's just a great guy.
Yeah, I think this poll is different depending on what part of the country you're in. I mean, we've seen him up close now for 20 years, and he's excellent.
Yep.
But I would imagine there are a lot of people in the Midwest or down south that
Just
are like,
know.
what?
Yeah.
They just don't know.
Yeah.
But he is winning. 64% of the vote. Lincoln Riley, 25%. Brian Kelly, 7%. And poor little Mike Gundy, who is a man last time I checked.
He is a man.
4%.
Well, and there's another guy that doesn't get any credit. Mike Gundy is
He's
really
really good.
coach.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think all those guys are really good.
They are.
And I honestly don't know how I would answer that question. One season, I actually think Brian Kelly might be the best of all of those.
Yeah.
But I can't stand him.
Yeah. Well, and that's like someone Kurt Herbstreit was doing I don't know, like a Twitter chat, what are they, the AMAs or whatever, but on Twitter, and a lot of LSU fans were like, talk me out of hating Brian Kelly. And Kurt was like, dude, I'm telling you, that's one of the better coaches in college football, and he is.
But they probably just don't like.
They
He's
don't
just
like.
hard to like.
He is hard to like.
But Gundy, okay, so let's get into it here. I did some digging, as I'm prone to do, because I saw that Whittingham and Gundy were playing this weekend.
Yeah.
And this is the first time they will ever have played. And essentially, this is a Big 12 playoff game.
Yeah, 12 versus 14.
The Big 12 is pretty fun. You got 3 teams in the top 15, these two and Kansas State.
Who just got done walloping Arizona. Arizona came into Manhattan, the Little Apple, and Kansas State alley whooped them.
So this is a really big game. And the Big 12, I think, is going to be fun all year.
Absolutely.
It's a huge one. So these are, okay, first of all, the similarities, they were hired the very same year.
Really?
As a matter of fact, they were hired 26 days apart,
Oh.
20 years ago. So Whittingham is the 3rd longest tenured coach in college football. Gundy is the 2nd longest tenured coach in college football. And, of course, we all know who is the longest tenured coach in college football.
Who's the longest tenured coach? Who am I?
Yeah.
Longest tenured coach. Who's been there somewhere forever?
Dabo.
No.
No, Dabo hasn't been there 20 years.
Go ahead and climb out
Kirk
of my
Ferentz.
ass for a while.
Kirk Ferentz.
Yep.
So these two are the 2nd and 3rd longest tenured coaches. They were hired 20 years ago, 26 days apart. Whittingham replaced Urban Meyer. That's really weird to think about.
I think Whittingham was on his staff.
Well, yeah. So he replaced Urban Meyer and ended up winning the Fiesta Bowl because Urban Meyer didn't stick around for the bowl game, and they beat Pitt. And then Gundy replaced Les Miles, both guys leaving for the SEC.
I can't say that I knew that Gundy was the one that replaced Les.
Both guys grew up in the states where they coach. And both guys, like you said, with Whittingham,
It's adjacent.
it's just this may just be the perfect fit. He's a Utah guy.
Yeah.
He understands the area, and maybe he wouldn't have been as great anywhere else. That could possibly be the same for Gundy. Gundy has said that he has had 6 or 7 SEC offers in the last 7 or 8 years.
Well, remember, Gundy played at Oklahoma State.
Exactly.
He was a quarterback there. Whittingham
yes.
played at BYU. I mean, it's 45 minutes away. And I also enjoy, Whittingham has never done this, but Gundy is master of the offseason. Well, my contract's up, and
well, he has a revolving contract. Where it's up at the end of every season, it just renews.
And he uses it to scare up a little every time that there's some interest. He gets a nice little fat raise. He ain't going anywhere.
But he's not at this point.
Yeah,
but he certainly likes to
he likes to flirt.
Yeah, and say that he's flirting.
Sure.
But he also throws out I have 30 different family members who live within 90 miles of where I'm coaching. I think I'm just going to stay.
And he's a man, and I take my shirt off, and I got a mullet, and I'm 40.
55 now.
And I'm a little racist, but it's okay.
I'm 40.
I
Anyway.
wear my Newsmax.
Okay, so check this out. Their records. Kyle Whittingham, 165 wins. Mike Gundy, 169 wins.
I'll be damned.
Losses. Kyle Whittingham, 79. Mike Gundy, 79.
Jeez.
Conference records. Kyle Whittingham, 101 wins. Mike Gundy, 102. Losses. Kyle Whittingham, 60. Mike Gundy, 63.
My God, they're the same person.
They're the same coach
Yeah.
at 2 different programs.
Now, Whittingham's won the Pac-12 2 times or 3?
Ooh.
So I know they've won at least 2, possibly 3. Is Gundy won the Big 12?
Checking.
You know, and Utah and Oklahoma State are kind of similar programs in that they're good programs, but they're not. They've never been the marquee program in their conference ever.
Let's look.
But both
Okay,
have
so
been really successful.
Gundy has won the Big 12 once,
Okay, then Whittingham has at least won the Pac-12 twice.
and Whittingham won. Believe it or not, he only won the Mountain West once,
Okay.
and he won the Pac-12 twice.
Okay, so maybe that gives Whittingham the slight advantage.
Well, let's keep going.
Okay.
Gundy has had a winning record every season, with the exception of his first.
Okay.
Every season he has had a winning record, which is pretty remarkable. I don't know how many people know that.
Yeah.
Amazing. And a couple of 12-win seasons in there.
Yeah.
Kyle Whittingham has had 2 losing seasons.
Loser. Now it was
And
probably
those were back-to-back.
right when he first got there, right?
No, they were kind of right in the middle. It
Oh,
was
really?
it was 2000 I want to say 2011, 2012.
I kind of thought it would have been when he made the transition to the Pac-12 because when they made the jump to the Pac-12, I know that there was some growing pains.
Okay, so it was. Yes, it was. It was 2000. So they went 13-0 and won the Sugar Bowl. They beat Alabama. That was 2008. They were in the Mountain West.
And I remember saying this, and you know, people think I'm crazy because Alabama does the we don't care. That Utah team, that was the one with was it Brian Robinson was their quarterback? That Utah team, they were as good as anyone in the country. They could have gone toe-to-toe with any team that I don't know if they would have won a national title, but that was a Mountain West team that was built different.
I think it was Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson, not Robinson, excuse me.
Yeah.
Brian Johnson.
So then they went 10-3 and 10-3 and jumped to the Pac-12, where in the first season of the Pac-12 they went 8-5.
Okay.
Now, that's where they had a little rough patch.
Yeah.
2012 he went 5-7. Yep. 2013 he went 5-7.
Yep, I remember him saying that a lot of their talent had left and that it was going to take a while to stockpile the depth to win in the Pac-12, and that's when we said just look out, this guy's building something. So I give Whittingham a slight edge because Gundy never had to build a Power 5 program and Whittingham did.
Yeah, exactly. Whittingham had to usher them into a new league.
Yes, which is the depth of that. I'm telling you, that's a big deal.
So after going 5-7 2 years in a row, they won 9, 10, 9, 7, 9, 11, 10, 10, and 8. What else do I have here for you?
Boy, this is like
It's
one of those like
unbelievable.
where they do the Lincoln Kennedy, like the assassination thing, like all the similarities. It's that. It's a weird doppelganger thing.
So Oklahoma State has gone to a bowl game every season under Mike Gundy, with the exception of that first season. He's gone 12-6. He has won the Fiesta Bowl twice.
Okay.
Beat Stanford and Notre Dame. Whittingham has gone to a bowl game in all but 2 seasons and gone 11-6, and beat Bama in the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
So Gundy has him one extra sort of New Year's Day bowl.
Because Whittingham lost his 2 Rose Bowls.
Yes, Whittingham has actually lost 5 straight bowl games, including those 2 Rose Bowls. Both have won national Coach of the Year honors, and both have 7th-year seniors at quarterback this year.
Fun stat about this. So Caleb Williams is playing Anthony Richardson this week in the NFL, right? Combined age, 44 years between Williams and Anthony Richardson.
Oh, no.
Bowman, and who's the quarterback, is Alan Bowman, the quarterback at Oklahoma State, and Cam Rising. 49, almost 50 years combined.
No way.
Yes.
What?
Yes. They are 49 years combined, and I think they're like a month or 2 shy of being 50.
Oh my god.
And in the NFL, we have 2 quarterbacks that combine for 44 years.
I think Bowman is older than me.
It's possible.
That's wild.
It's pretty close. Rising is the class behind me. I believe Bowman is older than me.
Well, how old is Rising?
I think he's 25 I think he's either 20. One's 24 and the other one's 25.
Okay.
You know.
So there's a couple things here.
I'll look at yeah. It's the other way around. So Bowman is 24 and Rising is 25.
Okay.
My bad. Close.
40. They're 49 years combined. Now, this doesn't shock me because welcome to the world of BYU. I had a guy on my team, Tavita Ofanhangawe, that had 3 kids, and I do believe he was 26 when he graduated. So I am used to this.
Yeah, but the Mormon thing is
the Mormon thing throws you a
an
little bit of
exception,
a
because don't they go for
well, you do the
stupid
2-year
little-
church thing, and that one you could gray shirt.
What do they call that? The
mission.
The mission.
The mission.
All right. Are these guys unicorns? And who's better? We'll wrap up the Kyle Whittingham, Mike Gundy talk next on the Fan. Finally meet after 20 years at the same programs. This will be their first meeting. And Whittingham, I was reading an article on them. Whittingham said they only met in person for the first time at Big 12 meetings in April.
Huh.
So they'd never
the
crossed paths.
The second and third longest tenured coach in college football.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, hey. Well, they don't really seem like the two guys that would
No.
that would hang out much.
Well, do you think that either of them have met Kirk Ferentz?
Boy, that would be something. You walk into a bar, you got Kirk Ferentz, Kyle Whittingham, and Mike Gundy.
Yeah, who are you hanging out with? You can sit at the table with one of the three.
Like, I want to say Whittingham, but I think the answer is probably Mike Gundy, but he would be a lot.
Well, Gundy would be a lot, but he'd be way more entertaining. I feel like Kyle Whittingham would be a bore.
It's possible.
I mean, we've interviewed him. He's a really nice guy.
He is a super
and
nice
really
guy.
smart and really good football guy. But I think he would. I just feel like you wouldn't get a lot of. I think you'd get a lot of sugarcoating with him.
Yeah.
He would be short on talking crap, which is really what we want, like real stories.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I think Gundy would just let it fly.
Problem is that Gundy, it would get at some point it would get mildly uncomfortable.
Yes,
and
racist.
Yeah, and racist. You're like,
and then I'd get up and go sit with Kirk Ferentz.
And then you would talk about
Go
ribbon
ahead
candy.
and climb out of my ass for a while.
Talk about ribbon candy and offense.
Who would be more boring, Kirk Ferentz or Kyle Whittingham?
Ferentz. I think Whittingham is sneaky. I think Whittingham is sneaky a man's man. I think behind the scenes, I know enough guys that are around him that swear by him. He just plays it close to the vest.
Yeah.
But I think away from football, he's a different guy.
Okay.
But
He's all jacked up.
yeah, he's super workout guy. When he was at Utah, or when he was at Utah, like
He's still
he's
there.
still there.
We just did a whole segment on it.
Yeah, he works out. Like he works out with the players. Him and Bronco Mendenhall was the coach at BYU for a while, and they know each other, and they would have like they would like hike the Y together. They would like go on like outdoor adventures and like do remedial squat thrusts together. He's that guy.
That rocks.
Yeah, like Kyle Whittingham is jacked.
That's now you're speaking Will's language.
Did you see the picture of Jim Harbaugh working out with the team today? It
No.
was sweet.
Dude, okay, can we deviate, because I saw something today about Jim Harbaugh that I cannot.
Cold tub?
The cold tub thing.
Great.
Have you seen this?
No.
So I was listening to the every now and then I'll flip around and I'll listen to the Chris Long podcast. He does a good job. Is it Green Lights?
Green light, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a fun guy. And he had Joey Bosa on, and they were talking about Harbaugh. Hand to God, Nick, God bless.
You're doing great.
Jim Harbaugh gets into the cold tub after practice in full. And just what he wears out.
The rocks.
He wears shoes, he wears socks, he wears his khaki shirt tucked in, belt, everything, hat. He gets into the cold tub fully clothed.
Why?
I don't know. No one knows why.
He's trying to be harder to break, Rob.
What
Come on
is
now.
happening?
Well, I do love a good cold plunge, but
Fully clothed?
yeah, that's weird.
Jim Harbaugh is insane.
Maybe he just doesn't want to get naked in front of everyone.
But that's the thing is,
I
like,
don't think
he
so.
gets naked. Like, he was the master of taking his shirt off and working out in khakis and a belt. And believe me, he should not have his shirt off in public. He doesn't care. And yet now he's cold tubbing in full gear. You can't get into a cold tub in shoes and socks. You can't do it. And yet Jim Harbaugh does.
Yeah, so the photo you're talking about, Will, is him working out at a gym, in a local gym, at 5 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, it's awesome. Rusty just said that he has the audio. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
1 second.
On the fan.
Have you been to his RV yet?
I haven't even heard of the mobile home.
What, dude? Bro, he was living in a damn RV all summer.
Yeah, that's right in line with everything else he's done so far, so I believe it. I don't know why this is relatable, but now he's been hitting the cold tub and he just gets in full outfit.
No!
Shirt still tucked in.
No!
And he's just sitting there. He's like, hey.
No, Joe, does he have khakis in the damn cold tub?
Belt, khakis. I'm sorry, Coach. I'm like, Coach, do those khakis, they keep a little insulation, keep a little warmth in there?
Oh, bro, yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of counterintuitive. You think a football guy like him would be like, I want to feel the cold.
Butt naked.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, he's in the cold tub, full outfit, still tucked in. The man's insane.
He is insane. Why would he work out at another gym? Like, I get that he's working out. Like, he likes to work out. He's 60 years old, whatever.
But he's got a facility.
Yeah, why doesn't he go to the...
He looks good for 60.
No one knows. There is no explanation
Does
to
he have
anything.
like a Planet Fitness membership?
No, he would get kicked out of a Planet Fitness. He'd blow the lunk alarm.
He has an NFL facility to work out in, and he's at the local Crunch.
Huh.
There's another video that from a couple years back when he was at Michigan. He was on a recruiting trip, and he's at the high school gym and he's working out. He's doing like He's doing like a fireman carry sort of thing.
Mhm.
And he's in dress clothes. He just was at a recruiting visit in his khakis in a button-down shirt, and he thought, what the hell? I'll just do some trap carries. Why not? That dude is the most insane human being on the planet, and yet he builds winners.
It rocks.
So do you think that, to wrap up the Whittingham Gundy talk,
Yeah.
I think you're going to say Whittingham better than Gundy?
I-
Only because...
And he's less racist. So,
Oh, wow. Well, I just meant like coach.
although his defensive coordinator is more racist. So it's probably a
Right.
push.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to still take Whittingham.
Okay.
I think Whittingham
They're pretty similar.
does not have the budget that Gundy has. Bundy. I'm doing great today.
You really are. You're
Gundy,
on a roll.
I am on a roll. Gundy, for a long time, had a lot of resources because of T-Boone. And Whittingham did not have that budget at Utah. And he took a Mountain West team and grew it into a Pac-12 power. So, look, I have a lot of respect for Mike Gundy, not Ted Bundy. I have a lot of respect for one, not the other. But I just think what Whittingham has done, taking that program, elevating that program, and making Utah matter. Since he's been there, they've built brand new facilities. They've expanded the stadium. I mean, Kyle Whittingham is responsible. When I was at BYU, because when did he take over the Utah program?
Let's see, it would have been 2004.
Okay, so
2005.
I left in 2000 from BYU, right? And Utah was our rival. Utah was our little brother. Like, I remember my last game ever when we were playing Utah. I remember my head coach yelling at us saying, every single one of those kids wanted to come here, and we told them no. So don't you dare let them beat us. I mean, they were our little brother. And he came along and he changed all of that. And he made it so Utah was our daddy. We are their little brother. And it's not even close. I mean, they have dominated us. And so to do that over that 20-year period, to take a program that I'm not going to say was a laughingstock, but was a non-starter, even in the group of 5 conversation, and turn it into that, I think that's enough for me to say that he's better.
Do you think coaches will stay 20 years at programs anymore?
Probably not.
Or are these guys kind of the last breed
I think they may be the last breed
in today's college football?
I think you're going to see coaches retire sooner because the money is so great, the demands are so high. The NIL stuff is such a pain in the ass. And by the way, this may change down the road because with new rules and it may settle into it. But yeah, I just think these are, even now, these are the exceptions, not the rule. But I think this will be less and less of these sorts of guys.
All right, well, Utah and Oklahoma State play tomorrow. Cam Rising, they say, is going to play, so that's good. Big game in the Big 12. Ollie Gordon, that Oklahoma State running back, has struggled. You know what his longest run so far is?
What's he got?
12.
Well, they're not having a problem because they've put up 44, 39, and 46 points.
Yeah,
So,
but Gordon's averaging 3.2 yards per carry.
interesting. I wonder if teams are just, because
Very
I have
odd.
not. I watched a little bit of the Arkansas game. I didn't see them play South Dakota State, and I didn't see them play Tulsa. I did catch the final bit of the fourth quarter, and then it went into 2 overtimes, I believe, against Arkansas. And I wonder if you're just seeing teams just load the box and be like, hey, the old ass quarterback can beat us, but Ollie Gordon isn't going to get us. Because sometimes when you have that much hype coming into the season, teams will just make anyone else but you beat them.
Good game. And there's hot Kyle Whittingham, Mike Gundy talk. Almost took 45 minutes to do that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, we had to go down to Ted
Yeah.
Bundy Road and then Jim Harbaugh, and it was a thing.
So later we'll get into more of college football games this weekend. It really ramps up in week 4. There's some good matchups.
Mhm.
Tonight we get Patrick Mahomes light, that kid from
I'm
Nebraska.
kind of excited about a little Friday night Nebraska, Illinois.
Yeah. First time in 40 years those two teams meet both ranked. It's kind of weird to think.
That is weird. Well, I mean, look, Nebraska hasn't been great, but when's the last time Illinois was worth 2 S's?
So that'll be later. But up next was Shohei's game yesterday, the greatest of all time. Isaac and Suk on the Fan. today. Jeff Rust was also in today.
Yeah, look at us.
Coming up next hour, we might even have a special guest producer.
Jason Swigard coming in.
Yeah, who knows? Stay tuned to find out.
Dirt shows up. We just have a rotating cast.
Could Dirt produce our show? I don't think he could.
I don't think any normal host, save maybe Dusty, could.
Yeah, Dusty could.
Why could Dusty?
Well, 'cause
Dusty
was our
knows some
producer.
stuff.
I know, but we have a whole new system.
It's not that different. He would be able to figure it out pretty quick.
Wow. All right. Well, this is a good test. Maybe we'll do a.
Is Dusty the only one?
Maybe we'll do a run the board Olympics.
See what? Well, we did this with you once, and
Yeah, and
you
I
know,
dominated.
I think you got
What?
maybe bronze.
I did all right.
And by the way, the scoring dispute is real, and you may have to return that medal. But hey, you did better than
Well-
I thought you were going to do.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I don't know if Dirt could run our show, but be kind of a fun bit.
sure. see what we got.
By the way, before we move on to Shohei, Will was saying that it is a Josh Heupel revenge game,
Mhm.
Tennessee and Oklahoma.
Yeah, because he got canned.
He got canned.
Yeah, he got canned for Lincoln Riley. He was their offensive coordinator at Oklahoma,
Oh,
and they gave him the heave ho.
Okay, I was gonna ask why it's a revenge game. I mean, I know he played there,
I know things.
but I didn't know that he had some bad.
This is why Stoops released that statement where he was like, I will not be doing any press conferences this week. Because he basically fired both coaches.
Yeah.
Or at least demoted Venables, which is why he left to Clemson.
So, yeah, there's a little
So
weird.
Lincoln Riley replaced Josh Heupel as OC.
Yes, and no offense to Josh Heupel, who's done a really nice job at Tennessee. It was probably the right decision. Turns out Lincoln Riley going to Oklahoma was a pretty good thing, considering the Heisman trophies and whatnot and playoff appearances. But yeah, I'm sure there's a little a little bad blood there.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's your alma mater, right? And
Right.
you're coaching there, and some people thought that maybe he was going to be the guy to take over, and then you get fired, and Lincoln Riley comes in, and then Bob Stoops steps aside for Lincoln Riley. That can't feel good.
So do you think he hates Oklahoma or loves Oklahoma,
He doesn't like
or
them.
it's complicated?
I think it's
Well, he
complicated.
went there.
It's complicated. I'm sure he loves his days there, but again, when your wife dumps you, or I guess it should be let's go with your husband leaves you for a hotter gal, and it turns out that hotter gal is actually better at the job than you are. Like, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I worry about Heupel. He's ballooning to the size of Brett Bielema.
It is
And
alarming.
look, I mean, I hate to say that, but it's just.
if
I
I
thought he
sh-
played O-line, to be honest with you.
No, dude, he was a quarterback.
you
it
thought he
shocked me.
you thought he played O-line?
I assume,
Well, he
I don't
looks like an
remember
O-line.
him, and he
Yeah.
looks fat.
Oh,
Well, he is. I mean, to be.
he's rotund.
Yeah, he's fat.
I don't want to call someone fat. He's,
Right.
he's
Sorry, he enjoys buffets.
Yes.
Dude, he gets bigger every time I see him.
It is-
I'm worried.
It is alarming. If him and Brett Bielema sat down at a buffet, I'll tell you what, there may not, if that's a Chinese buffet, you get your rice now, because I'm not certain there's going to be any after those two get through. Although Bielema, as rotund,
As fat as he is?
I don't,
that what
like,
you were
I
gonna
don't
say?
like calling fat, as rotund as he is, he's not Brett Bielema rotund.
No.
Brett,
That's another level.
Brett Bielema, dare I say, and I only break this out a handful of times because he's reaching grimace proportions. He is
It's
turning in. He is one bad dye job away
Well,
from being grimace.
Most of the time with coaches, we only see them belly button up.
Yeah.
The alarming thing about Bielema is if by a chance they get his whole body,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
His lower half
Yeah.
is bigger than his upper half.
Yeah.
And it's really
Well, and
alarming.
And he has taken to wearing.
Yeah.
It's essentially a muumuu. He wears
the coaching muumuu.
He wears the coaching muumuu. No matter what the temperature is, he wears a pullover jacket that goes down past his crotch. I think he could take his pants off and it would look weird, but I don't think he would expose anything.
He could Winnie the Pooh it?
He could Winnie the Pooh it in
have
that
his little
thing.
slippers.
And I don't know what size that Illinois pullover he is, but I'm guessing that there's a 5 that starts that thing.
Yeah. Well,
mean,
listen, we don't. I mean,
no.
He's a Tubby Lumpkins.
they're both good. They're both good coaches.
Yeah.
So was Shohei's game the greatest game of all time last night?
Well,
6 for 6, 3 bombs,
it's pretty
2 steals, 10 RBI. I mean, come on, man.
To be fair, is against the Marlins.
Let's be fair.
And the last home run came against a utility infielder.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
well, Wall Street Journal looked at this and they said before yesterday there were 2 instances of a player amassing 6 hits, 3 home runs, and 10 RBI in a game.
Okay.
One was Reds catcher Walker Cooper in 1949. You may remember.
No, yeah. Well, that's borderline because I hate when they do a baseball reference thing and then it's 1912. 49 is like.
Well, I mean, he still did it.
He still did it.
But he went 6 for 7. So he was retired in 1 at bat.
Lame.
And then Anthony Rendon did it in 2017 for the Nationals, but he did not have any stolen bases. Remember, Shohei stole 2 bases yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So, that might have been the greatest game we have ever seen ever.
Well, and he did it while chasing 50-50.
Yeah.
And so he accomplished something that
pressure
that had never been done.
Yeah, if you consider the pressure of having to do that, and then he just piles on. But I mean, that, by the way, on the steal note, this Wall Street Journal article also pointed out, when Shohei first got to the big leagues, they said the most he ever stole in a season was 26.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it hasn't been that many seasons, but
Sure.
before this year. And he had been caught that same year, caught stealing 10 times, which is not a good, I mean, that's a lot for just 26 steals. So he was just not a good base runner.
Yeah.
They said.
I don't think he's been caught in his last 20, is it like 28 attempts?
Well, they said he's now, so he has 51 steals. He has only been caught this year 4 times.
Yeah.
This is the other thing about Ohtani, is that he saw a hole in his game and he went and fixed it, and now he's freaking elite at that.
Yeah.
He's elite at everything. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
They said, sorry, one stat, they said the last 100 years, only one player has ever been caught fewer times and stolen this many bases, and that's Jacoby Ellsbury.
Oh.
1 season for the Red Sox. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, I gotta say, I saw something, and I don't know what it was, after yesterday where he stole 2, but I believe leading into that Marlins game, I think he was his last 20. He had stole 27 straight bases in a row, so I think it's now 29 since being caught. He's stupid good. And remember when like they gave him all that money and people were like, well, he's not even going to pitch this year. Is he going to be worth it? Well,
10 years, $700 million is probably worth it.
And to be fair, they're only paying him like $2 million. Yeah, he's making like $2 million this year.
Why? I thought he just got 10 million or 70 million.
No, deferred, baby. I think the Dodgers this year are only paying him $2 million. Remember, all that stuff is deferred. So they will write him a check for $2 million this year.
Wow. All right.
Wait, how many times? I'd be interested because I was reading an article yesterday when I got home, and they were talking about the Acuna season last year because he had 40 and 70, right? And so it was an article. I'm trying to remember who it might have been. Passon that wrote this. I forget. It came across my Twitter scroll, and because some people are like, is 40 and 70 more impressive than 50-50?
We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, and like
here on this program.
Yeah, how impressive.
I went 50-50.
Well, and so this is kind of what the article pointed out. They were saying that getting to 30 home runs is impressive. And they brought up Bobby Witt, who became only the second shortstop ever, the 5th shortstop ever to go 30-30, and the first one to ever do it 2 seasons, right? He's done it twice, not in a row, just 2 seasons, period. And then they talked about the gap going from 30 home runs to 40 home runs is a giant chasm. When you look historically, the amount of guys that hit 30 versus the amount of guys that hit 40.
Yep.
It is hitting 40 home runs is a big accomplishment. And then the gap from 40 to 50, it's the Grand Canyon. 50 home runs in a season just doesn't happen. And so the fact that you add 50 and then add in the stolen bases, like when you look at context of how many times it's done, 50-50 is...
It's harder.
It's harder.
Yeah,
it's
never been done.
Yes.
But so you can pile on the steals, but getting to 50 home runs is really hard.
Do you know how many times, think about in the
6.
history of baseball, the history, like 50 home runs is a lot, but we don't think about that as like, oh my God. Do you know how many times, including Ohtani?
Yeah, maybe 15, but I bet the number of players that have done it is actually lower than that.
So there have only been 50 home runs.
50, okay.
There's been 50 seasons or 50 times a player, and that includes, McGuire that have done it multiple times.
Yeah.
Only 50 times in the history of baseball has anyone ever hit 50 home runs.
So how many... See, I would want to know how many players have done it, because McGuire did it multiple times, Bonds did it multiple times, Sosa did it multiple times.
Yes.
Judge
Judge has done it multiple times because he had the 61 or he beat the modern record and he's done it this year. He has more than 50, right?
No, I don't know. I got to look it up.
Yeah, I think he's done it. But yeah, it's silly. Yeah, he hit it. Judge did it.
Yeah, he's at
got
53.
50. Yeah,
and then he had 62 one year and 52 back in 2017. So,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, how many guys have hit 50 or more?
I'll go through and find it. But I mean, the fact that in the history of baseball, it's only been done 50 times, and then I'll find the number because the number of people that have hit 40 is significantly more.
All right, Friday randoms next on the Fan.
A setback for the orange and black.
And rightly so.
By the way, I looked up. So we said 50 times someone has hit 50 home runs. They said the gap between 30 and 40 is enormous. The gap between 40 and 50 is the Grand Canyon. So 50 times someone has hit 50 home runs, and it's been done by 33 players.
33 total.
33 total
okay,
players.
there were. I looked that up too. There were some guys on there that hit 50 that I was not aware got that high.
Well, I mean, like Brady Anderson had 50.
Yeah.
Right.
Greg Vaughn made it.
Yeah.
Prince Fielder.
Yeah. There's been Luis Gonzalez.
Chris Davis.
See, I don't remember Chris Davis doing it.
Jose Batista did it.
Mm-hmm. The other one I kind of forgot is Matt Olson did it. He had 54 in 2023.
Ryan Howard.
But when you look at 40 home run seasons, and so this was in 2023, so you have to include last year, there has now been 373 times that someone has hit 40 home runs. So, I mean, just the gap is enormous. So while the 40-70 by Acuna is incredible, the 50-50, statistically speaking, is just way harder.
I can't stop really reading about the context of what Shohei is doing.
Yep.
One other fun fact that is really amazing is that, we were talking about his steals and how much he's improved his base running. Only been thrown out 4 times, 51 steals. He is 73rd. He is in the 73rd percentile in sprint speed. In other words, he is slower in sprint speed than the likes of JT Realmuto, who's a catcher.
Huh. Yeah, because he's a big guy. Ohtani's not a little fella, so you're just talking about someone just being smart on the base pass.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting there thinking about what that is. One, he can probably get a bigger lead. He's long. He's long stride. Can probably read pitchers better. He's, there's a myriad of things that go into it. He's 154th, though, in baseball in sprint speed.
Interesting.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird. I thought he moved a little better than that, but
by the way, so Realmuto, he's a catcher.
Yeah.
He has 2 steals. And he's technically faster sprint speed than Shohei Ohtani, who has 51 steals. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Dude, the guy just doesn't have any he doesn't have any holes in his game. Fun one here too. When I was looking through the 50 home run seasons, you want to talk about like the impact of old steroids. So George Foster hit 50 home runs. He had 52 for the Reds in 1977, right? It hadn't been done before that since 1965, which was Willie Mays. Do you know that from 77, there was not a single player from 77 all the way to 1990 that hit 50 home runs? The 80s, that entire decade didn't see one person have a 50 home run season.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
So it went from George Foster to Cecil Fielder in 1990. And then somewhere around 95,
what do you think happened?
Everything started changing. So we had one in 95, 96, 96, 97, 97, 98, 98, 98, 98, 99.
Here we go.
It's like,
you probably can't even read them now. Now we're at 2000.
It just keeps going. Isn't that funny, though? We had a 13-year gap.
Yep.
And then someone did it. We had another 5-year gap. And then all of a sudden, started hitting 50 home runs again.
Yeah, it's crazy how those types of shifts affect the game, because I go back, I'm an 80s child, right?
Yeah, me too.
So I glorified the days of the Tony Gwynns and the George Bretts and the Wade Boggs and these guys that hit, they maybe hit 20. Well, Gwynn wouldn't hit 20.
No.
Brett could. Boggs didn't hit that many home runs. Those guys just didn't hit that many home runs, but man, they were good.
Yep.
So good.
Well, I remember being a Mets fan growing up. Darryl Strawberry was my guy, right? Darryl Strawberry and Will Clark were my 2 favorite baseball players when I was a little kid. Clark came after Strawberry left New York. But dude, Straw would hit 28, and we were like, dude, that guy mashes. And he did have a couple years where I think he hit mid-30s. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Straw ever had 40. But he was, dude,
he'd hit 40 today, though.
Yo, absolutely.
That's the thing, is you see the evolution of the game and steroids had a big, don't you think steroids had a big hand in
100%.
the way the game is played now?
Well, people started, all of a sudden being like, dude, you just and then the analytics came in and it's
and then
dude,
pitchers, and then now today's hitters, not as much on the sauce.
No.
They have to adjust to those pitchers, and they do so by, lifting and striking out more, and it's just,
yeah,
wild.
if you want to hit home runs now, you got to lift the ball. And when you lift the ball, then you're striking out a lot, or you're hitting, pop-ups.
I mean, Tony Gwynn hit 394, 368, 353, 372, 321, 317, 317, 358, 336. Dude, freaking give me him all day long.
Yeah.
And I mean all day long. He never struck out.
And yet today we'd
most strikeouts he had in a season was 40.
Yeah, but we'd make fun. Well, we wouldn't make fun of him today, but he would be considered a Punch and Judy today, where it'd be like, it's like he slaps the ball around, but
it's like Ichiro.
Yeah, and then someone, his team wouldn't be super successful and would be like, well, why doesn't he hit for more power? Because he should sacrifice some average for more power, and we'd kind of
you wonder if he'd fall into that trap. He played 20 years and averaged 338.
Yeah,
338.
I want you to realize that a couple years ago, these are some of the totals that won batting championships.
You got this. You got this. We're rooting for you.
Yeah, it's the.
We're rooting for you.
Oh God, why can I never pronounce his name?
You're doing great. You got it.
Perez.
Just jump.
Arez.
It won't hurt. Arise.
Arise.
Luis Arise. Yeah. He's with the Padres.
With the Padres now. But when he was in Minnesota, 316.
Yeah.
That won
the
batting title.
Yeah.
Jeff McNeil won it with the Mets at 326. It's just
Bobby Witt.
Yeah,
Aaron Judge.
Yep.
What are they? 330 this year? And that's shockingly high.
Yep.
Tony Gwynn averaged that.
Yes.
Wade Boggs 328.
Yep.
Over 18 years. It's just awesome. Those guys. I don't know why I just glorify those guys. That was hitting.
Well, it's a different,
That was hitting.
It was different. But today, I mean, the statistics will tell you that
I know.
You're better off hitting 240 with 48 bombs than you are hitting.
Can never be convinced of this.
Well,
that's why guys like Luis Arise, I love that guy. I want that guy on my team. I mean, there's not that many of them. I'm trying to think of other guys like him.
Yeah.
Around the league.
There's not many. Or now
Kwan's one.
Or you're now getting guys like Bobby Witt who can hit 330, but he'll give you.
But you ever watch him?
Give you 35.
Do you ever watch Bobby Witt at all? Have you watched enough of him to see how he adjusts at the plate?
No, I mean
it's amazing he hits as many home runs as he does.
Yeah.
Because he has more the mentality of the Brett Gwynn.
Yeah. He's a line drive hitter.
Yeah, he really, especially with two strikes, he chokes down and it's old. It kind of looks old school.
And yet he still gets.
But he's hit 30 home runs.
Yeah, 2 years in a row.
That's why I love him.
Well, and you want to talk about the difference? I remember growing up, dude. Shortstops.
Yeah,
shortstops didn't.
They were Ozzie Smith. They'd have one home run a year.
Yes, shortstop and second baseman didn't hit. Nope. No offense, but like Omar Vizquel and again Ozzie Smith and the likes, you didn't get offense from those positions. And dude, now if you're gonna play short and second, those guys are still out there raking.
All right, we got to run. Up next, we have already made it to In the News. Can you believe that?
I can.
This day is just flying by. Oh, I wanted to tell you too. Did you see the story of the fan who got the Shohei ball, the 50th home run ball?
I have not seen it, but I've said that it's going to be a 7-figure ball.
Yeah, 500,000 is what they're estimating.
Oh yeah,
because they did authenticate the balls.
Yeah, I saw a guy today said one of the Steiner guys or whatever went on there and said that was the value. He goes, this will be a 7-figure baseball.
Okay, so less than that.
No, like it'll be $1 million.
Oh, $1 million.
It'll be $1 million.
What am I doing?
If he gets to 55, does the 55 ball become more
expensive
expensive than the 50 ball?
Well, that was the judge. That was the judge. Question: is it the one that breaks a record, or is it the one that you end on?
Right.
So
I don't know.
I don't know.
But they said that there was a high school. Darren Ravel reported on this. There was a high school kid that ball. He had that ball, and
Someone ripped it out.
It was in between his legs. Yep.
Oh.
And some guy had his arm in between his legs and ripped it out.
Ouch.
And the kid said he didn't even know. He wasn't even putting two and two together because he's a dumb kid.
Yeah.
He's like, this must be a big deal. That's when he learned it was a big deal.
Yeah, you could add $1 million.
You had $1 million lottery ticket sitting in your hand.
Whoops. Hey, though, man, there's no when you got one of those, there's no fair game. It's there's kicking, biting, clawing. That's. When you sit out in the outfield when one of those comes your way, just be prepared. There is no more, that kid deserves the ball because he originally caught it. And that's not the way that works.
All right. In the News is next. We have more bad airplane experiences.
Uh-oh.
This one, Salt Lake to Portland. What do you think happened?
I saw this one, so.
Oh, so you know what happened.
I do know.
Can I guess?
You do know that.
I do know that.
What? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Someone had to go number 2 and didn't make it to the bathroom.
Wrong.
And then they turned around.
Wrong. And tailgating tickets are up in Oregon.
Oh, I was like, wait, like football? Oh, no, just on the roads.
Yeah.
It threw me for a loop. I was like, wait, we're giving tickets for tailgating? Like, we're not
You're having a
supposed
rough game.
to? Am I? Yeah, it's a little rough.
Let's get you a water and a Gatorade.
See
We'll
what
get you
I
back
can
in there.
see what I can do.
I'm putting you back in.
Well, when it's football season, when you tell me there's tailgating, I'm like, wait, are we getting drunk where we're not supposed to get drunk? Am I getting another jaywalking ticket?
How much is a tailgating ticket? All of that next on In the News. But first, Will.
Would you?
Okay.
I'm how much do you love
I love him.
Bobby Witt?
I just don't like his goatee.
Someone said, yeah, it's a little
You know,
weird. that he's still
it's
doing
like,
that.
yeah, I just don't like it.
Someone said it is cute seeing Rob Man crush on a young
Oh my
Kansas
God.
boy.
I have not loved a Royal like this.
And he signed a long-term deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since George Brett.
Yeah, it's George Brett.
And we had Eric Hosmer,
Mhm.
and we've had Salvi.
Yeah.
And we've had, you know.
But it's not the same. I love you. Like it's
Yeah,
like
you
two
know,
guys.
all those other guys.
Hal McRae Jr.
I loved Hal McRae.
Yeah, Bo
Oh, no, you're talking about Brian McRae.
or Brian McRae.
Yeah. I liked Brian McRae,
What
but
about-
they sucked back then.
What about Bo?
Yeah, I mean, I love all of
Crush
them,
on
but
Joe?
George Brett was my guy,
Yeah.
and Bobby Witt's my guy.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt,
Bobby!
this was a couple weeks ago. Bobby Witt has 30 home runs.
Okay.
Aaron Judge has 51 home runs. This says if Witt played all his games at Yankee Stadium, he would have 38 home runs.
Mhm.
If Judge played all his games at Kauffman Stadium, he would have 38 home runs.
So what we can conclude is Aaron Judge is a buffoon.
Thank you very much.
And he plays in that joke of a stadium.
That's right.
Suck it. You'll never be Bobby Witt.
That's what I told Ryan Kool-Aid. I said basically what this means is Judge is a joke,
I think we can all conclude that.
and he's gonna win AL MVP. But Bobby Witt, I just want to state for the record,
throwing it out there.
if you add defense, it's not even close.
Yes.
Bobby Witt is as good as it comes,
Bobby!
and he's married to Whitney Houston apparently.
And yet there are no Shohei Ohtani.
That's right.
Yeah.
No one is.
No.
Um,
What about Frankie Lindor? Can we do a segment on him? If
whatever.
it wasn't for Ohtani, he'd be the MVP.
It is September 20, 2024. Time for In the News. I'm your news man. Thank you.
I like turtles.
Thank you so much. This is brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
So when an Aaron Judge fan hurts your feelings,
Yep.
you can sue for, emotional distress.
Yankee fans get violent.
Yankee fan.
Sue 'em.
Was it Yankee fan or Red Sox fan that ran over the other's fan? Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that, and I don't remember which was which.
Yeah, someone
it
just-
could be either,
Yeah, it really could.
couldn't it?
Yeah, someone just took their car while the other people were celebrating a bar and they just ran them over a baseball game. I give you Yankee Red Sox fan.
Now you've made me Google it, and I have to say that and this is probably unfair, I would think the slight edge would go to the idea that the Red Sox fan would run over the Yankee fan.
But it's not. The Yankee fan ran him over.
No, it was the Yankee fan, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. It was the Yankee fan. Murdered the Red Sox fan.
Just ran him over.
Yeah.
Thought, hey, here's a group of fans. Why don't I just run them over? Way to go, Lawrence Phillips.
It is National Pepperoni Pizza Day.
Who doesn't love pepperoni pizza?
Pepperoni pizza is great.
It should be the default pie, in my opinion. If you don't know what to order, get a pepperoni.
Well, it kind of is, isn't it?
I would think so.
I think
it's the gold standard.
I think
Cheese might be the default.
no one orders
No one
cheese.
orders cheese unless you have a specific, some people are vegetarian. If you're not sure what to order, you order pepperoni.
Now, pepperoni's not a thing in Italy.
No, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, it's not. It's a very American thing, but here that is certainly the default pie. It is also National Concussion Awareness Day, so be
Oh,
aware
there
of
you go.
concussions.
Yeah.
Do you remember when concussions were going to kill football?
Yeah, and then they wrote a check for $1 billion, and we're like,
Well, then the talk was, oh, the youth will stop playing at an alarming rate and play soccer. Yeah, no.
yeah, no.
Not happening.
Still there.
Is it, Will?
We just wear little
Numbers are down a little bit.
Are they?
I mean, it's not like life-threatening, but
Yeah, now we just wear the little guardian caps, and we're like, at least we're aware of it now.
That's right.
When you get a concussion now, we actually have concussion protocol.
It's enter at your own risk.
That's like, because Will asked me if I'd ever played in a dome. We were talking about during the break, and I had to do the old man, like the old AstroTurf. That's like one of the last old men things.
Dude.
Like real AstroTurf, and the fact that when you got a concussion, they were like, listen, you candy. What do you do? Have some smelling salts and go back in the game.
I never played on AstroTurf, but I've walked on it. I can't believe you guys played football on that. It's cement.
It's unbelievable. Well, because Syracuse is playing right now. They're playing Stanford. And he said, have you ever played in a dome? I said, yeah, I played in that one. The Carrier Dome AstroTurf was so abrasive when we went out to stretch, it hurt to lay down on it to stretch. And we thought it was like a psychological thing. They're like, there's no way that this can be their turf. Because immediately you're intimidated. You're like, if this hurts to kneel down to stretch, what is this going to be like when I fall on it? And the answer is you have no more skin left. And they had to play on that every week. I felt bad for those guys. right up until the point when they beat us by like 40 points.
Some passengers aboard a recent Delta Airlines flight reported experiencing bleeding eardrums and noses as well as headaches, prompting an investigation from the FAA.
Whoops.
This was a Delta flight. Oh, damn it. Pop up. Hold on. Delta flight traveling from Salt Lake City to Portland, Oregon.
It's always going to Portland or coming from Portland. There's always something going down.
And it was forced to make an emergency landing.
Well, I'll tell you what. You want to have something disturbing, just be sitting on an airplane and turn to the person next to you and be like, hey, do your ears hurt a little bit? And then you just see blood coming out of theirs. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I don't know why I'm laughing at that.
You know how scary that would be? You like turn to your wife, you're like, hey, do you feel a lot of pressure in your ears? You just see blood. Blood out of your ears has never been a good thing in the history of ears or blood.
Yeah, so they had to turn the plane around. They were headed to Portland, but they had to go back to Salt Lake. Now this,
You're all right with that?
I'm okay with that.
So what we found is
unless we were more than halfway there.
Of all the things now, bleeding eardrums, that's the one that they
unless we were more than halfway there. If it takes less time to get to Portland, why not go to your destination?
Brain hemorrhaging, you're like, ah!
But if it takes less time and you're hemorrhaging brain, wouldn't you want that?
I think that you would just land. I'm sure there's a city somewhere between
They
Salt
went
Lake
back
and
to Salt Lake.
All right, well, maybe it wasn't as dire as it. Like, a little blood never hurt anyone. You're fine.
They were saying that it was a pressurization issue.
Yeah.
Several passengers reported injuries.
Hey, you know what those people need to do? Call the advocates.
Maybe they do.
Absolutely. Dude, if you get a ruptured eardrum from a depressurized plane and they offer you like $300 in flight coupons and like a free drink, yeah, you should probably call someone.
Paramedics met the passengers at the gate. At least 10 people from the 140 on board required medical attention. The airline said they advised anyone with bleeding injuries to go to the hospital for further evaluation and offered advocateslaw.com as a possible.
Hey, just in case anyone was wondering, if you are bleeding after a flight, probably go get that looked at. Just saying.
And then, of course, we sincerely apologize to our customers.
And here's a flight coupon. Not like free or anything, but, you know, hey, we'll give you a couple bucks off your next one.
So there was some sort of issue preventing it from pressurizing when it got to 10,000 feet and north of that. So once it reached 10,000 feet, they lost pressure. And that's when they were dropping at about, what they say, they were dropping at a rate of beep, 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 boop, 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 boop. Nah, I can't find it. But they were dropping, and it was scary.
Whoops.
And people were crying.
Well, it was, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 days ago. It was a small plane. I don't think it was a commercial airline.
And they were eating the pets.
They were eating they got so panicked on the plane, they were eating the pets. There was a small plane a couple days ago, and the door came off again. Yeah.
Really?
But yeah, but it wasn't
Not a Boeing?
Not a Boeing. I think it was a smaller plane. And it might have just been one that someone owned. But yeah, mid-flight or whatever, the door came off again. Because when I saw that headline, I was like, oh my God, not again. And I was like, oh, okay, well, just someone's plane.
Yeah, if you're in one of those little small planes and the door comes off, is it really that big of a deal?
I don't know. I don't think you want it.
No.
How high up are you?
Yeah, see, I mean, I don't think those things fly.
Yeah,
if you're not super high up, is it really that big of an issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was in Myrtle Beach.
Oh, yeah, they were probably pulling a John Denver.
People drive with their Jeep doors off. Why can't you fly with your plane doors off?
I'd like to apologize for the John Denver. That's a bad example because his plane crashed.
Yeah, he did die.
But
way to go, you
know what I mean.
You want to make a Buddy Holly reference while you're at it?
Yeah, John Denver died. His plane went down in the Monterey Peninsula there.
Yeah, this was a single-engine Diamond DA-40. Yeah, they
should have said the better joke would have been the Colorado Rockies. Will.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain High.
See, I only listen to country roads.
I know. Us olds got you beat on.
And thank
John
God
Denver
I'm a country
jokes.
boy.
There you go. You know you're John Denver there at least. But yeah, door came off and it landed in someone's yard. It was just.
I always love that.
Yeah, it's just someone's
what's
yard.
that doing there?
Yeah, it's door. No big deal. They landed. No one was.
I mean, that's seriously lucky, right? Like that could have landed on you, or you're sitting out there smoking a cigar at your fire pit.
Yeah, look. It's just on someone's side porch.
Crazy.
It is crazy because that did come really. I mean, that's like what, maybe 2 feet from someone's house.
All right, tailgating tickets are up in Oregon. How much will you have to pay? Next on The Fan.
This is the fans' window into sports.
We'll go through some of the big college football games at 5:15 and Joey Harrington 5:30. Club 1080 will wrap it up tonight. Portland State students can read again.
Oh.
Their library has reopened after $1.2 million in repairs. Do you remember when the library was occupied?
I do remember that. It's $1 million in repairs?
Yeah, 1.2.
By the way, are they passing that buck? Because my kid goes to Portland State. I just had to pay for her parking pass. $450. The hell, Portland State?
You know what,
you passing that library cost on to me?
I'll tell you what. parking? Is it a parking garage?
I don't
Like,
know.
what is the?
I don't know.
There's a couple parking garages.
Yeah, you want parking garage, dude. If you have to do street parking downtown,
Yeah.
you might as well just get an old 1986 Honda with no mirrors, and because it's gonna get beat up.
I just got hit with that. She's like, Dad, I need a parking pass. I was like, all right. Because like my son had to have one where he went to school, and they were like $50. I looked at it, I was like, what? Come again? $450.
At Central, that's 4 years of parking.
It's like, geez Louise, Portland State. Again, apparently I'm paying for this damn library now. I didn't occupy it.
What do you think about tailgaters when you're driving? Somebody riding up your ass.
Yeah, it never bothers
With
me. I
their
just
car.
move over. The tailgating thing does. Again, if someone hits me, that's their problem. But when someone tailgates me, I just try to find the first chance I can get over, and it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but I'm with you. It's like
it's not worth my,
right. Maybe I always think like, well, maybe their wife's having a baby.
Yeah, or they got diarrhea. Or my guess is you're probably just an a-hole, but it's fine. As long as I can get over, what do I care? Speed by me, give me the finger, and go about your business. I don't care.
Yeah. You don't have the "Do you follow Jesus this closely" bumper sticker on your car?
I do not.
Well,
I saw that. Remember, that was the other day where I saw the tailgater brake check thing, and then someone just hit the other one on purpose. So that's people.
By the way,
people get very angry.
They do. On the Jesus note,
Yeah.
I saw somebody with I was golfing the other day and saw somebody with a little Jesus picture on their golf bag.
Oh,
I've never seen that before.
like an
like-
embroidered or
You know, like how you get a bag tag, like a golf
Sure.
bag tag?
Yeah.
It was that, but
Jesus.
Jesus.
Huh? Does that make you feel bad, like when you curse after like shanking one?
Actually, it makes me curse less around that person.
Oh, there you go.
Because I know that they clearly don't like that.
I'm always amazed when Jesus guy is angry gun guy. That's the one that I don't.
Right.
Because, like, I grew up in a church, and, like, everyone's like, oh, Jesus, but they're, like, sometimes Jesus, like, I carry my Bible, and I carry my gun. And I'm like, that seems to be
The Lord's warrior.
Seems to be contradictory, but all right.
In recent years, citations for following too closely in traffic have numbered between 500 and 540, but this year, Oregon State Police are on pace to issue more than 700 citations.
Good grief.
Yeah, they're watching this closely out there,
I guess.
people.
So that's, how close do you have to be to get a ticket?
So here's what they say about that. Because I was asking the same question. I always remember it being like, didn't they always say 1 car length or 2 car lengths or something like that?
Well, I know
or-
that, like,
2-4 on the freeway.
on my...
Is that what it is?
In my car, do you have the passive cruise control?
I do, but I don't use it.
Oh, I love the passive cruise control. And so you can set like 3 distances. And I always set the first distance, and I want to say that's, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's 4 car lengths.
I think that's what they say in school. I didn't take it that long ago.
Yeah, Will would probably be up on it more than the rest of us.
Well, if you can see the back of their tires, I think you're fine.
Oh, is that what that is?
No.
I don't remember any of that.
Don't follow that advice.
Officer, I don't know what to tell you. The guy on the radio said I could see the tires, so I'm fine. Go to hell.
The Oregon Department of Transportation says that highway speeds, which is 55 miles per hour, it takes an average weighted vehicle 6 seconds and 290 feet to stop upon recognition of a hazard.
Okay.
Even in the 3/4 of a second it takes the average alert driver to perceive a threat, that car has traveled 60 feet. Those distances can double on wet roads, so it should only be natural that the rain slows commuters down, adding time to your drive.
Makes sense.
Oregon State Police Captain Kyle Kennedy said, following too closely falls into our fatal 5 categories, specifically lane usage. These violations are primary contributors to serious injury and fatal crashes. Unsafe following distances do not allow even experienced drivers the time to react during an incident or crash event.
Yeah.
And that's very true. Like,
Sure.
how many times have we been probably a little too close?
Oh, yeah.
And you look up and go, oh, yes. Or you got the situation that, like the quick stop on the freeway that comes out of nowhere, even if you're just inching along, and then the car behind you, you look in your rearview mirror and you're like, oh my God, he's not stopping, and he has to go left of you.
It's scary.
Dude, it's wild.
The nice part of being in a lot of the modern cars is mine has the automatic stop. My car stops me and then yells at me. And sometimes I feel like it's a little aggressive with it, but when you need it in a pinch, like if you're like kind of not paying attention, dude, my car brakes hard and then there's a big red light in front of you that goes beep, and you're like, oh crap. But yeah, there's modern cars now, man. There's a lot of great safety features on those things. That the car's like, all right, moron, I've got this. Like,
Yeah, if you're not going to watch, I will.
if you're not watching, I'll pay attention.
Hey, but this game.
Well, and then when that happens and you realize whatever it was you're doing, you're like, oh my God.
I know.
Like,
that could have waited 4 seconds.
Exactly.
10 seconds.
But in that moment.
3 minutes.
Like, no, I want to listen to the live version of Shelter from the Storm. Damn it, that's not the Bob Dylan track. I almost rear-ended someone because, something you're looking for on Spotify.
Fine. How much is it? It's a Class B offense.
I know a speeding ticket now, like my speeding ticket was $270.
Mine wasn't.
Yeah, like that still, God bless.
He gave me a break.
Oh, it pisses me off.
I think mine was $170.
I appealed to the judge for some leniency. No, they hit me with the $270. I'm going to go $250.
$265.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. And they're hitting you for the tailgating citations out there, kids.
They should have got me today.
Will was up someone's keister.
I ran over 2 8th graders, and I was right on everyone's butt getting here.
Do you think that Oregonians drive slower than the average state?
I don't know about state, but I know it.
Because I do.
In certain markets, like the larger cities, you got to go. They wouldn't.
Oh,
tolerate
100%.
that. Yeah.
If you've ever driven in LA. See, I like driving in LA.
Dude.
As long as there's no bumper-to-bumper traffic, those people get where they want to go.
Oh, dude, that's taking an Uber in LA, man. You better say a little prayer and do the cross before you get in it, because those guys don't give an F. It's like Mad Max out there.
That's your In the News, September 20, 2024. The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Hot 5 at 5 coming up next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk for A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Before getting a new
whatever the hell you're calling that thing, the Portland WNBA. He was at the press conference.
Well, it's definitely not the Fire.
Well, you know.
But, I mean, that's the old team.
Until we have a team, can we just, the team formerly known as the Portland Fire? I don't know.
I want Rain City.
What?
Rain City would be cool. Like, instead of the Rose City, like the Rain City something.
That's a Seattle thing, my man.
That's lame.
Yeah.
Why can't we take it?
Well, it rains more up there, doesn't it?
It rains a lot here, too.
That, and I don't think people in Portland want to be associated with that. Plus, you already have
Do they really use Rain City up there?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought that was like
Yeah,
up for
Sean
grabs.
Kemp was the Rain Man, and that's more of a Seattle is more of a rain thing. We choose not to
screw them.
Focus on that. We're more of the roses and the rips.
Yeah. So I like Rosebuds.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a cool name.
The Rose City Rosebuds.
Yeah. All right. Next segment, we're going to talk about the big college football games you need to be aware of tomorrow. It's kind of ramping up in week 4.
Yeah, it is.
But right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Chargers list quarterback Justin Herbert questionable with that ankle injury. LA visiting Pittsburgh.
He'll go
this weekend.
Plus, they run the ball 90% of the time anyways. Let's have him limping around out there. He'll be fine.
The Niners have listed tight end George Kittle doubtful, meaning he likely will not play against the Rams.
No Debo, no Kittle.
No McCaffrey.
No McCaffrey. So.
And they're saying 2 of their top defenders are questionable, Nick Bosa and Charvarius Ward.
Tell you what, time for Brock Purdy to earn his $900,000 salary. Go out and prove it.
Well, the only saving grace is that the Rams are more banged up than that.
Oh, yeah, the Rams have no one. Although I think they got a couple of their tackles back, but yeah, that thing is a walking mash unit. That might be over before, we could be 3 weeks into this and the Rams are already cooked.
Number 4.
The closest division race is 4 games with a little over a week left in the season. Appears those are mostly in hand. Now, the wild card is a different story. In the American League, Baltimore's in good shape, but Kansas City has just a 2-game lead on the Twins and Tigers, who are tied for that 3rd spot, and the Mariners are only 2 back. So the Mariners are chasing the Twins and Tigers.
Wouldn't that be something?
Right
After
now,
all this crap and the Mariners paid written off if they found a way to weasel their way in.
You never know. The Mariners just underway in Texas against Jacob deGrom and the Rangers. The Twins are in the 4th against the Red Sox, and they are scoreless. And the Tigers are losing to the Orioles tonight, 3-0.
Remember, the Mariners have a big one coming up with the Astros after this, and then they do finish up with the pathetic Oakland A's. So,
in the NL, the Padres, they are the lead wild card. They lead the Mets and D-bags by 2 games. The Braves are 2 back of that. Right now, the Mets are tied with the Phillies in the 4th, 2-2. Braves are losing 3-1 to the Marlins.
And the Mets schedule is brutal down the stretch, but they got a little something, man. The Mets got some magic.
Joel Embiid gets a 3-year, $193 million max extension with the Philadelphia 76ers. He's already 30 years old, prone to injury, but hey, I'm sure it'll be fine.
What the hell else are you going to do if you're the Sixers? You going to move on from him?
No, you're not.
So his total value now is over $300 million, so it's good to be Embiid.
Owner Josh Harris calls Embiid one of the greatest Sixers of all time, and boy, I had to look up at the list of greatest Sixers because I was like, is he?
You got Julius, you got Moses Malone, you got Charles Barkley,
There's
Mo
3.
Cheeks maybe, Allen Iverson.
There's 4 or 5. Wilt Chamberlain played there.
Oh, yeah.
And then Embiid.
Then Embiid.
So his top 7, is that one of the greatest Sixers of all time?
I mean,
who's the 7th greatest Blazer of all time?
7th greatest Blazer.
And do you call him one of the greatest?
I'm trying to think of who you would be on
Brandon Roy.
Are we talking about like a Zach Randolph, LaMarcus Aldridge?
Yeah, before the end of this hour, I want the 7th greatest Portland Trailblazer from you guys.
All right.
Definitively.
I think it's going to be LaMarcus.
Because I'm challenging
That's where I'm going.
Josh Harris. All right. Drake May got in late last night, but the Patriots are sticking with Jacoby Brissett as their QB1. Next up for them, a trip to San Francisco. The Seahawks are banged up, heading into a dance with Skylar Thompson in Miami. Looks like running back Kenneth Walker will be out again. Nwosu on the edge, likely out as well. Dolphins will most likely be without running back Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, the NFL in a shocking development is just one big mash shoot. We have this every year, and then we're surprised when people get hurt. It's the NFL. This is what happens. That's why it's a war of attrition. The two teams standing at the end are usually the two teams that are the healthiest.
Come too far together. Stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shot it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number one.
My number one fan.
Number one, the second straight week with a top 25 matchup on Friday night. Tonight it's number 24, Illinois visiting number 22, Nebraska. It's the first ranked matchup in that series in 40 years.
Yeah.
They're just about to get underway.
I'm excited. I mean, you're a big Matt Rule guy. I saw this little nugget today. I was listening, and Nebraska lost, was it 5 or 6 one-possession games last year?
Okay.
Right? In those games, would you care to guess
4.
the number of turnovers they had? I think it was 6 one-score games.
Okay, so there's 6 games. Number of turnovers?
Number of turnovers.
I bet they had 19.
17. 14 of those came from their quarterback.
Wow.
So it's the idea that if you just didn't have, and we saw their quarterback play was some of the worst we've ever seen last year. If you just clean that up, that's a 9-10 win team. And now they got the Raiola kid, the freshman, who looks really, really good. Oh, keep an eye on Nebraska for being a sleeper team in the Big Ten. Wouldn't it be something if it was like Nebraska and USC? Because no one gave any sort of attention to either one of those squads.
Illinois just scored. They're up 7-0.
Elsewhere in college football tonight, Stanford visiting Syracuse, and right now the Cardinal leading 7-0 at the end of the first quarter.
14 now. They just scored.
No, they called it back. It was a penalty.
Screw you,
Some
Stanford.
Offensive lineman's crying to his
some
coach.
Fat kid called for holding.
Loves buffets.
Tonight at 7 on the CW, Washington State hosts San Jose State. Cougs trying to be 4-0.
Yeah, and that probably gets you ranked at that point.
How about that?
Yeah, go Cougs.
Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Let's get into week 4 and college football schedule next on The Fan.
The Fan is
College football week 4, pretty good. Well, I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
on paper.
I mean, start off, we got a ranked matchup here, Illinois and Nebraska. I mean, I don't know if these are two, great teams, but two ranked teams and maybe a little bit of a surprise. Nebraska looked good against Colorado. Illinois had the big win over Kansas, and that's a nice little start. I like when you give me a Friday night football game that's somewhat meaningful.
Yeah, that win over Kansas isn't looking so good.
No, not so much anymore. Although Kansas, I mean, they've been right there. They just can't win close games.
Their offense is garbage.
Yeah.
And I mean garbage. Shall I go off on that?
No, you probably shouldn't.
Okay.
We know.
Well, USC is playing at Michigan. This is fun.
That's the big one.
It's time for the Trojans to announce that they are back.
Well, if you're going to get Michigan, right, we're all down on Michigan. They're making a switch to the orgy party at quarterback, and he can't throw. But Michigan's a proud team. It's still physical. It's a good front. Michigan's not going to go out without a whimper. But if you're USC and you're really back, this is the one to prove it because, we know USC can score points. They've already beaten LSU, but on the road, 100,000 people at the big house against a team that just wants to play in a phone booth and beat you up. USC comes out and puts the clamps on this and proves that they can be physical with a team like Michigan. Now, all of a sudden, we start taking USC seriously. They're number 11 in the country. They win this. This is a top 10 team. And all of a sudden, USC takes on an entirely different meaning.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the previews on this game, and a couple of folks were pointing out that USC's defense, the metrics aren't quite as good as the numbers say with regards to them stopping the run. And that would be the only way Michigan really should probably even hang in this game, is if they just are able to run the football.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, I guess this is the ultimate test because that's what Michigan's going to want to do.
Yep. Well, I mean, they've gone because the Warren kid just, it's a turnover machine. And so they're going to go to Orgy and he, if he's the worst of the two throwing the football, I'm guessing you're going to see about 52 carries out of Michigan here and just try to slow the game down because Miller Moss and the USC offense look really, really sharp.
USC's just going to have to stop it, and if they do, they should have a nice win.
Yeah, and then I don't care that LSU or what you think LSU or Michigan. If USC goes to 3-0 and you have wins on a neutral field over LSU and on the road at Michigan, I'm sorry, USC should be a top 5 team in the country. I mean, I understand
they're not going to be though.
They won't be. I understand all the preseason stuff, but I mean, on the field, there won't be a pair of wins better than what USC has if they do this.
Well, Tennessee has a big one. They're heading to Oklahoma. Through 3 games, the Vols have set the SEC record for point differential.
Yep.
191-13.
They are crushing people.
Oklahoma does not look good. This line, a little low, at least at first glance. It's under a tutty. And I'm not sure why, because Oklahoma's offense looks terrible. And
they squeaked by Houston. They didn't look great against Tulane. And something tells me that Tennessee is going to come and shove something in your little covered wagon.
Well, wow, that was aggressive. The question about Oklahoma, really, and this is much like Michigan, is going to have to run the ball to beat USC. Oklahoma's defense, we'll find out if it's elite, because if it's not, they're going to get run out of the town here. But if their defense is elite, which some think it has the chance to be, then it could be a different story.
Sure. And Tennessee, again, we'll find out. They did play North Carolina State. North Carolina State was ranked 24th in the country. It's like, but when you see that early on in the year, is North Carolina State, is it Nebraska, is it Illinois? Are they going to be a 4 or 5 loss team? I don't know. But they beat North Carolina State 51-10. And the other 2 sacrificial lambs that they've played have been nothing. But, I mean, Tennessee right now is just, steamrolling people. So I expect them to beat Oklahoma. I expect them to beat them handily. But it'll be nice because from a talent standpoint, Oklahoma should be able to push back against them.
Oklahoma's offense, second to last of all the Power 4 teams in offensive grade.
Yeah, it's not good.
Do you know who's last?
Kansas.
You want to take it? No.
Purdue.
No.
Hey, Oregon State with a bounce back against Purdue this week.
They're going to kill them.
UCLA.
Oh, well.
So if you want to get a look at the Ducks' next opponent, they are playing LSU in Baton Rouge, 12:30 on ABC.
Yeah, that may not. 2 weeks in a row.
Hey, you never know, man.
Yeah, I think we set the combined total of that. I think we set that at what was it, like 75 to 21, and you and you took the over. That's going to be 2 weeks in a row of just bloodbath.
They seem like they suck.
Yes.
But I remember a little team named Oregon State heading down to Baton Rouge, and we gave them no chance.
This is not.
And Strawberry Shortcake missed. What did he miss? Like,
I think he missed a couple extra points and a field goal. It might have been 3 kicks.
I thought it was 5 kicks.
Was it 5? I think he missed a bunch.
And they were all within like 30 yards.
Well, I'll tell you what. UCLA isn't going to be within 3 points, so it's not going to matter. UCLA is
I think we're playing the varsity.
Dreadful. And I mean dreadful.
We pointed this out yesterday. Worth noting, Portland State is playing Boise State.
Mhm.
Ashton Genty is the best running back in the country.
Yeah.
And a first-round NFL draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that ran all over Oregon.
Yeah.
And yet, Dane Lanning said they did a good job on him.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, he's that good.
Yeah.
Portland State, last week, played Weber State. They gave up 318 rush yards.
Oh, well, the whooping cough.
That was 2 weeks
Or
ago.
2 weeks ago. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. 7.3 yards per carry. And they're coming off whooping cough?
Well,
They gave up 70 to WSU.
I know, but I'm talking specifically about the like. Does the quarterback for Boise State even need to play?
Probably not. My guess is Genty's out of the game after the half, and he will have 220 yards. He'll have 3 touchdowns, and they will sit him down. And like, you can't expect Portland State to be stopping anyone when you're battling the whooping
See,
cough.
I think you pad those Heisman stats here.
Just crank it up.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, Barney can't say anything because they did run it up 91-0 last year on some donkey.
North America University.
North American University. So
not to be confused with Antarctica State.
So if they do get it run up on them, they can't say S.
This Dylan Raiola kid, I mean, it's really unbelievable. Even just down to his walk and his
he's cosplaying.
mannerisms, he is Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, he is cosplaying Patrick Mahomes. He has the same haircut. It's really, really weird.
I mean, all the way down to like,
yep.
I mean, even just his body type. And
he wears number 15. He's kind of got a belly on him. Dude, he is a stand for Patrick Mahomes.
He claims, which I love, that none of it has anything to do with Patrick Mahomes, which I think is beautiful.
Kiss my grits.
Just keep saying that it's not, even though everyone knows it is.
He kind of runs the same little kind of herky-jerky way. He throws all the weird arm angles.
Same warm-up, everything.
His hair's the same.
Yeah.
Pretty soon he's going to have a similar-looking girlfriend.
Brit. But, you know, he's a 19-year-old kid. Let's give him a break. I mean, when you were 19, like he's not far removed from prom.
Yeah. Yeah.
He looks up to Patrick Mahomes and
Exactly.
emulates him. There's a lot of kids that do that.
It's just weird that he tries to do the, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, no, this is all me.
I'm not even aware of who this Patrick Mahomes is.
I think it's a bit, and I think it's great.
Oh, you think he's doing bits?
That'd be like if I'd like started dressing up like Suk and I grew my beard out like Suk, and they're just like, I've never heard of Jason Sukanic. I wouldn't do anything like him. Get really into jujitsu.
Is BYU a contender in the Big 12? We'll find out. They play Kansas State.
The answer to that question is no, we're not. But
really?
No,
you guys are always pretty good.
We're all right, but we're not. You know, come on. No.
What do you mean? Come on.
We're not.
That league's wide open.
I don't think it's wide open for us. We're fine. We're fine. But we are not a we're not a championship level team. But you know, I'd like to think that we're going to give Kansas State a run here. It's a touchdown game. It's at Lavelle Edwards.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like we didn't necessarily look great against SMU. We kind of eked one out, and SMU was doing this rotating quarterback thing. To be fair, SMU probably should have got us. And then South Illinois and Wyoming, like, I'll be surprised. How about that? I'll be surprised if we beat Kansas State even at home. But if we do, then maybe I'll rethink my stance. But I think BYU is a nice 8-win team, but a Big 12 champion, probably not.
All right. Did the Beavers get right against Purdue?
Boy, if they don't, then we're in some serious trouble.
Because Purdue sucks?
Purdue's really bad.
Purdue has the worst rushing defense and rushing against average defense, and that's all Oregon State wants to do.
Yes. Okay. So we talked about this. Like,
is that at Purdue?
Thought it was at Corvallis.
I think it's in Corvallis.
Is it?
I believe so. Let me double check. Yeah, it's in Corvallis. So Purdue, we talked about this going into the season, and luckily Oregon State won their first 2 games, because my fear, and this is what I talked about, my fear was if you lose one of those first 2 games, like if you lose against San Diego State, and then Oregon does to you what we kind of thought Oregon was going to do to them, that the Purdue game might be your entire season, right? It hinges on that, because if you get drubbed, luckily they won their first 2, but if you get drubbed like that by Oregon, and then you lose to a team that lost to Notre Dame 66-7, that's troublesome. So I do think that, one, they'll win this game. I don't think Oregon State's that bad. I think just Oregon, they caught Oregon at a bad time. You got to bow your back on this one. This is one, dare I say, I think this is a must win for Oregon State. To have a year that everyone feels good about, you gotta beat Purdue, and I think they will.
All right, there's a fun little college football preview for you. We're gonna get Joey Harrington in here next for his weekly chat. We'll see how at ease he is about Oregon's early problems since the Ducks looked so good last weekend, and our moles placed him at the WNBA announcement press conference. Was that really him? And is he an investor? Next, here's Will.
This
Football Friday.
Yeah.
With Joey Harrington
Story
on
time is old
1080 The
news.
Fan. Central Catholic great, Oregon great. Joey Harrington.
NFL below average.
Professional soccer team owner and WNBA.
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
Oh,
our
carts
moles
and horses.
Our moles.
Let's not put one before the other.
Oh. Well, our moles place you at the WNBA announcement press conference.
Seems a little conspicuous.
I was there.
Why?
Conspicuous or inconspicuous?
I guess it would be
inconspicuous.
Well,
right?
I guess it would be.
I actually don't know what conspicuous actually means, but I do know how to use inconspicuous, and so I was just curious.
Conspicuous would be like clearly visible.
Yeah, like he was hiding in
standing
the
out.
You were hiding in the background.
Inconspicuous.
Yes.
I was not inconspicuous at the WNBA announcement.
Well, you kind of were, though.
Inconspicuous? I was sitting right in the middle.
Oh.
I was sitting next to the tallest dude there. I was sitting right next to David Lucas.
I think why we say that is because we were told that you weren't, like, you're Joey Harrington. You're a big deal. Yeah. Like, you're just right in the middle of, like, the media scrum, or just just people in the. That's inconspicuous.
You should have been on the podium.
You should have been up there. Yes.
Yeah, you're an owner.
You're like, yes.
Why?
Because you own
I'm
part
not
of
an
the
owner.
team.
I was invited as an owner of the Thorns. I was invited to the announcement by the ownership group, but I am not an owner of the WNBA franchise.
Okay. Again, I feel like he's choosing his words carefully. Will you be an owner of the WNBA franchise?
That and that is not a conversation on, and I'm speaking. I was going to somehow use conspicuous or inconspicuous. I'm speaking truthfully. That is honestly not a conversation that has even been had. So I can't give you a.
It will be had. I feel fairly confident.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know. I don't know if they're going to approach the Thorns ownership group in the same way that it was put together. Previously, or I don't know if they're going to put the WNBA team together the same way they put the Thorns ownership group together. So I don't know.
Do you, you being a Thorns investor, I don't know how much you know about that family. The family that brought the WNBA here is the same family that owns the
correct
the Thorns. And I just don't think a lot of our listeners know much about them. Do you have any insight as to what they're like or who they are?
A little bit. It's interesting. It's one of those kind of 6 degrees of separation, or 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, where Alex, so it's the Bethal family. I guess the ownership group is Raj Sports. Alex and Lisa are the kids. I mean, I say kids, I'm guessing they're early 50s. And are the heads of the organization. Alex Bethal is actually good friends with my agent Dave Dunn. So there was one of those. They're based out of Newport Beach. Their business was initially swimwear. They have gotten into the sports and real estate world. I don't think it was their first venture, but they are partial owners of the Sacramento Kings. And so that was kind of how they transitioned from the Kings, or how they got their foot in the door with the Thorns, and then it transferred to WNBA. So yeah, I mean, it's what I can say about them is they've been fantastic. I mean, our entire group that wanted to become a part of this was pitched to them as, look, you need some sort of local presence.
Yeah.
Right? The Timbers and the Thorns especially. I mean, you want to talk about local and rabid and a fan base that isn't just going to sit there and say, yeah, sure, we'll be run by a hedge fund out of New York. That's not the Thorns fan base, right? The Thorns fan base is community, it's local, it's Portland, it's invested, and base right here. And so we pitched that to them, and they were all ears. They listened. They weren't high and mighty. They weren't pretentious and saying, well, we know best because we've been working with the Sacramento Kings. No, they were receptive to the ideas that we brought them, and continue to be that way. Like we've talked about, I'm a 0.00000001 owner, but I can still make a phone call and feel like my opinion is at least going to be listened to, right? They may not act on it.
Yeah,
and they may
bench
say,
that goaltender.
What's that?
Bench that goaltender. Make a call.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but that has been my experience with the Basal family, and I don't see any reason why that wouldn't continue, and they wouldn't continue to be great stewards of women's professional sports in our city.
I just love the fact that you have a billionaire family who has put 2 feet firmly in the ground in Portland and invested a couple $100 million, are building new facilities.
Right.
And for the first, I mentioned this when we got the WNBA, whether you're a fan of women's sports, whether you're a fan of the WNBA or not, when's the last time that a really, really rich company decided that they wanted to come to Portland to invest here? And to me, that is a win for the city. I couldn't be more fired up that someone from the outside's like, no, we believe in this and we believe in this city and we can grow it here. I don't know how, if you're from this area, that you can't be 100% in on this.
Well, and here's the thing. If you're not 100% in on it, here's the kicker for me. I would not necessarily be as gung-ho like you are for any billionaire to come in and say, I'm going to invest in Portland, because there's such an opportunity here. There's plenty of opportunity for a billionaire to come in and say, I'm going to invest, and then I'm going to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah,
right? I'm going to invest. I'm going to do what's right for me. I'm going to cash out, and then I'm going to sit on the beach in wherever in the Bahamas. That's not what's going on here, right? And that was initially why I got involved, is because I wanted to make sure that Portland stayed Portland, right? That Portland was represented, that Portland's interests were at the table. But you know what? I don't need to worry about that, because this family and the people in the organization, the people that I have met, have done nothing but confirm that is also their intention as well. And that's, so there's your convincing, right? You've got your billionaire family ownership group coming in that not only wants to do well by the team, but wants to do well by the city and the community.
Well, that's good. Early returns are good, because we're all a little wary of the super rich.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's great.
How I'm curious about what their driveway would look like.
Oh.
I guess that's a very, my theory, the wealthier you are, the worse your driveway is. It's a nightmare.
No, what are you talking about? No. We literally had this argument 6 months ago.
No.
And your position was the complete opposite.
No, he's saying,
you said the wealthier you get, that you then get the half circle driveways, and you get
No, he misspoke. He said the worse it gets. He means the more difficult it is to navigate.
Yes, the rich have a driveway that's a mile long. There's 17 turns involved in it. You have to navigate hedges.
Yeah.
Like most people, it's just, here's my driveway, I pull into it. When you're wealthy, going into your driveway, there's a gate involved. There's a lot. There's a lot that happens. The richer you are, the more difficult it is to navigate your driveway.
No, I have a question about that. Do they live? I mean, you mentioned several.
Yeah,
of
they're
them.
in Sacramento, I think, right?
But do any of them
Newport.
live here?
Newport.
You said
Newport, California.
So they all live down that way?
That was the connection. My agent was based out of Newport Beach, and it was one of those. I met Alex and Lisa for the first time, and we were just playing the world connection game, and it's like, oh my God, you're friends with Dave Dunn? He's like, and Alex says, yeah, I had dinner with him last week, and Dave was such a wonderful guy, Justin Herbert's agent as well, and just a great influence and mentor for me. So yeah, it was one of those crazy world connections.
Small world. Joey Harrington here, courtesy of Mods PDX. The future of building is here. When we come back, we'll ask Joey. He probably watched the Civil War in between kids' soccer games.
Wait, we're already at the break?
Yeah. Yep. We are.
Man, that was fast.
Sorry.
We had hot WNBA Thorns talk.
We had to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Dang.
We will ask Joey,
All right.
is he at ease now about Oregon's early problems? Next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks
the break before we get to Duck stuff, but this could be a dud, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I'm curious your opinion because a lot of us don't have a conduit into this world, and you may. So we were talking about the Bethal family. Mm-hmm. Is that their name? Mm-hmm. Bethal? Yes. And they are the owners of the Thorns and now bringing WNBA here. This area has just not it's just not known for big business. We know that. There's a lot of money here, but it's not the most entrepreneurial money. You know what I'm saying? Like the wealthy don't really invest in sports. I know Phil Knight has tried and may continue to try, but general question, what is your assessment of that world here in Portland and in the surrounding area about the entrepreneurial sort of big idea, big investment world in this area?
Wow, that's a dud.
That is it? Yeah, just real quick. You're like, let me drop this on you.
Is it a dud?
It's not a dud, but that's a big. Okay, so I'm going to ask a question back before we get into this. Do you intend to talk any Duck football?
Yes.
Okay, then we should probably save that for another time.
Well, I don't want to save it for another time.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to go to bed.
So it's a big conversation. Okay. Well,
I think it's a big conversation.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
That,
that's what I want to do because I think that would be really good conversation. I think we should do it. I mean, it is a bye week.
For sure. Like I think that would be a good conversation to have. But you know what's really interesting too is I make a really concerted effort to stay out of that world.
Do you?
Right? And so I think a lot of my opinions around that would be based on my personal hesitance to truly jump in with both feet.
Yeah.
Right? Even my venture into the Thorns ownership world was done with the intent or with the foundation of I'm going to make sure that this new ownership group does right by the people in the North End, right? By the fans behind the net, by not necessarily the people that can afford to buy the stadium. You see what I'm? It's and I completely understand. Like I do, based on working with the foundation and being in the NFL, and I have a key into that world, but a lot of the times I don't like that world.
Yeah.
Right. And so I don't know. This conversation may go in a way that takes up a couple commercial breaks, which we don't have if we want to talk Duck football.
Damn you, Joey. You're so deep.
Good in being thoughtful.
Well, I want to, we'll circle back on it. You are definitely an interesting guy to ask that because you are more one of us than them at the same time. You do have, like you said, you have tentacles in that world. And
he's like a hybrid.
Yeah.
You are, it's just an interesting thing that
I've never... Did you call me a Prius?
Well, you can go with a Daywalker if you want. With that, you can be one of those.
Yeah.
An Ioniq 5.
Hey, suppose those are good rigs.
It's just, I'm putting in my notes. We're going to do it eventually. Maybe.
All right,
maybe
good. I'm on board. Yeah,
because I'm curious your thoughts. It's just a hard world to get any info on, Yeah. And you have a little info, it sounds like. All right. So what do you feel? Oregon, they look great against Oregon State. Are you more at ease? How at ease are you about the early problems that we discussed last week?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should talk about investment in sports.
God, what an ass.
How do I feel? I feel good. I was never one to jump off a bridge after 1 or even 2 weeks. I think here's the thing that I liked. I guess let me start and say kind of the obvious. Oregon State rushed 3 a good majority of that time, right? There was a definite imbalance of talent.
Yes.
And as Suk will tell you, like, where does that okay, let me ask this. Give me the two position areas that imbalance of talent most shows up.
Well, I mean, if you want to just say line play is always where it shows up. So if you want to say the two biggest areas, it's offense and defensive line. Because
and then number two. What's number two?
Two for me is secondary guys. When you have
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And that's it. It's the big guys who are athletic, and it's the little guys who are athletic.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the big schools get those guys and the little schools do not. And Oregon State has become a mid-major. Not for any reason, any fault of their own, but because they got left behind with the Mountain West. Half their team transferred out, and now they are, talent-wise, a mid-major. And that played out up front. And they went about it trying to beat Oregon a certain way. And it didn't work. So there was a talent deficiency that led to it. However, what I liked to see is they changed the launch point, right? So this is what we did all the time. Like, my starting center in the Fiesta Bowl was a 280-pound redshirt freshman walk-on.
Yikes.
Right? I can't tell you how many my starting center as a junior for part of the year was a 265-pound walk-on. Like, we would have a guy or two on the offensive line, and then Neil Zambucas would literally just play offensive line magic and put together this group that just played incredible. But the way that we helped our O-line is we'd change the launch point. We'd take a three-step drop. We'd play action hard one way, we'd boot out the other way. We would do we'd run an ISO play action and set up behind the right guard. We would full sprint left. We would half sprint right. And you saw Dylan Gabriel sometimes because of design and sometimes because he broke contain and extended the play. You saw him on different launch points. What did we see those first couple weeks? We saw guys coming clean off Boise State. I can think of 1, 2, 3 times. Right now, where they had a free rusher coming off the edge and him standing in the pocket.
And they should not have been.
Exactly. So if you've identified, right, we talked about last week, like, how do you do it? Is it offensive line, or is it center making the line calls? Is it quarter making the protection adjustments? We don't know. However, you got to get it figured out. One of the ways to alleviate some of the pressure is to change what the quarterback's going to be.
Yep. If
they don't know where he's going to be, how are you going to dial up a pressure for it? Right, and that was what I really liked to see, is whether it was designed by Will Stein or whether it was, Dylan just getting out of the pocket and making something. He changed his launch point, which put Oregon State on its heels, which then allowed that talent to just win. Right. So, am I convinced that everything is fixed? No. But I also wasn't convinced that the world was, the sky was falling 2 weeks ago. So they're on the right track. They're doing the things. They've got a couple more weeks to get things right before it really hits the fan against Ohio State, and you better have it figured out by then. But that's 3 weeks away?
Yeah. Yeah, you got UCLA and Michigan State. No offense to either one of those. UCLA is one of the worst teams in the country. Michigan State just doesn't have the horses. So this is like the perfect ramp up we were talking about. We just kind of, they took a 2-week hiatus at the beginning of the season. But that's when we looked at this and said, boy, this is a perfect ramp up before you get Ohio State at home.
Yeah, it was get healthy, identify your problems, get healthy, fix your problems, and they're on that path.
Yeah, they had 32 total rushes in the Civil War. When you look at the advanced analytics, they had 5 run plays that were deemed unsuccessful. I mean, when you do that, that's, you want to, again, the recipe for protecting your quarterback and getting everything going like that. Do that over the course of an entire game, and that includes the backups, by the way, when the game was out of hand. You run the ball like that, and this is what the NFL's doing. When you look at teams that are having success right now, when you run the ball, there's no bigger friend to a quarterback than just running the football and being successful with it.
And it's really interesting, and I'm not sure if we talked about this, if we talked about it or if we talked about it on Talking Ducks on Thursdays on Root Sports. You like that?
What time?
Dang it.
Rat farts.
Come on, man.
Dang it, rat farts. How about on our YouTube channel, Talking Ducks? There you go. A lot of times, everybody says run the ball to set up the pass. Run the ball to set up the pass. This may not be that type of team. What I saw was a quarterback who changed his launch point, who therefore was able to either have the time to get the ball down the field or extend a play and get the ball to 3. I mean, they have 3 legitimate wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a defense isn't just going to have to cover Tez Johnson. Like, they have 3 legit wideouts that at any moment could bust a game open. So if you can protect Dylan and get the ball to those guys, and what I loved is they were working mid-range routes. It wasn't quick screens and fades all day. It was 12-yard curls. It was a 15-yard dig. It was a seam route, down the hash. And what does that do? It puts the defense on. It just gets them sitting back a little bit. So you can do what? So you can run the football. Right? It doesn't have to be one way or the other. It doesn't have to be run the ball, therefore you can throw. Some teams are built, and sometimes you got to figure this out as it goes. Some teams are built to throw the ball, therefore you can run. And maybe that's what this Oregon team becomes.
Yeah, building an identity.
Well, and stop shuffling the O-line. I'm saying when you don't have to shuffle that anymore. And we'll see what happens. There's some guys that are going to come off injury here. But
right.
that combination, again, left guard to right guard, new left guard, Poncho back to center. That was the one that kind of started clicking at Boise State, and they went with that, for the entire game against Oregon State when the starters ran, and that should be the line going forward, unless obviously Bedford coming back and if he wins that job. But I think that's solidified in there too. And then guys should get more comfortable around each other and you start to gel a little bit. So, fingers crossed for a Duck fan that is a problem of the past, or that it keeps getting better.
Yeah, you get guys back from injury. You take a week off. You have a couple weeks, against UCLA, Michigan State, and then all of a sudden, guys in the community just start investing, in entrepreneurial sports ventures. Oh, sorry. Well, that was the other. That was the other topic that we weren't talking about.
Well, like any good radio host, you brought it back full circle. That's what the greats.
How I did that?
That's what the greats do.
That's why he's on Talking Ducks on.
That's right.
On the CW
right.
and YouTube, but we don't know when. It's
whenever. It is.
Yeah, I don't know either. I record it on Mondays. I don't know when it goes out.
All right, have a great little weekend.
It will be a good little weekend. You too. You can play golf.
Yes, Langdon Farms Club Championship, Joey.
Oh boy,
watch out.
Thanks for the invite.
Well, it's the club championship. Are you a farm card holder?
Details.
He's a man of the people. He's a Rose City man.
Almost got him out last week for golf. Bye.
Yeah, but you didn't have a spot.
No,
fake invite.
I didn't. Have a great one. Love your body. That's Joey Harrington. Last weekend we were almost playing golf until we weren't.
Until you weren't.
Yeah.
Well, now club championship. Well, now I'm going to need a detailed report on Monday.
Oh yeah, I'll get it to you.
All right.
Yeah, the big club championship.
You feeling good going in?
I mean, it's golf.
Yeah.
It could be terrible. It could be good.
Anything can happen, right?
That's right. That's right. I could get too drunk and then play great or play terrible. I don't know.
Finding that sweet spot between having that nice buzz and then going off the rails, it's tough.
Primetime follow-up. Who is the 7th best Portland Trailblazer?
I've got it. So I looked at about 3 different lists.
Okay.
And this is basically, it's almost a universal. This is who you have to choose from. You've got Sabas.
Okay.
B. Roy.
Mm-hmm.
Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen.
Okay, this is getting long.
Cliff Robinson. And I looked at all those lists, and that is basically from 6 to 8 on every list.
Who are the top 6?
The top 6 is almost universal. It's
Lillard.
Clyde and Lillard, 1 and 2, depending on who you look at.
Okay.
And then you go on Bill Walton.
Yeah.
And then LaMarcus is almost always in the top 5, and then Porter is usually the guy that rounds out.
There's your top 5.
There's your top 5.
Who's 6?
Again, it just depends on
So
what
any
list.
one of those.
Any
okay.
one of those
You
guys.
didn't mention Kersey.
No, I did not see him on any of those lists.
Well, what's your list? I don't want
So
other lists.
the 7th best
Come on.
Portland Trailblazer of all time. The 7th best
is
Zach Randolph.
Zach Randolph.
Zebo does not get any credit.
Okay.
Zach Randolph was a 2010 machine here. Made an all-star team, and we hate him because, there was some other stuff going on. But Scottie Pippen, dude, he was only here for a handful of years. No offense to Cliff Robinson. Zach Randolph was a better player than him. He is the 7th best Blazer in my opinion.
So to bring this full circle, we were talking about Josh Harris, the Sixers owner, saying that Joel Embiid is one of the greatest Sixers of all time.
Yes.
As he got a big contract extension today. And then we determined that Joel Embiid is probably the 7th greatest Sixer of all time. And so does that make them one of the all-time greats? Is Zach Randolph one of the all-time Blazer greats? I don't know that he is.
Okay, what if I said Rasheed Wallace? Would that feel better?
I feel like one of the all-time greats is the top 5.
Well, then no.
Yeah,
right now,
I think that's the answer.
Embiid is not an all-time
think
Sixer
that's the-
great.
I think that's the answer. Look at us squeezing in content. That's called squeezing in content,
That is
Will.
squeezing it in.
I'm writing it down in my
taking
notebook.
notes?
Notes from Robin Sook. Barometer can also mean paper. Rochambeau means rock, paper, scissors. And squeeze in content when your producer asks you to break lots.
Yeah, we have to break lots. Okay.
Oh, we got time.
Yeah, we do. We'll get caught up. We always do. Club 1080 is next on the Fan.
Your home reality is just overwhelming.
She puts up politics.
Where have you guys been? You're making me uncomfortable.
Here's the situation. It's over. We stay on everybody.
True story.
Pop me up over there, bitch.
What an exciting time.
Your sword's going, bitch.
Kick the ball, you little bitch.
Because this bitch is behind maintenance.
You freaking
I
bitch.
have concepts of a plan.
I've never seen so much dong in my life.
The pub
Welcome
beer
back.
guys must be so proud.
Yeah. Black dong.
Hey-o.
Black, please. Thank you.
There you go. That's how you get a
gonna
sponsorship
show you my
right
boobs.
there.
I
You
think
can
the
take your
pub Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass. I stand by that.
Can you hand out pub beer on Halloween?
I think the pub beer guys would love that.
Yeah. Are we, by the
Or
way,
gals,
are
guys,
we pretty soon we're going to have to listen to the stories about like fentanyl and our kids' Halloween candy and all that? You know?
Yeah, coming up.
Yeah, coming up. I'm just going to hand out beer for
Couple weeks.
Halloween now. I'm going to be that house. Like, can I ID some kids? You show up in your Power Ranger Hey, I heard you were giving out pub beer. I'm going to need to see some ID. Kid pulls out like his elementary ID card. I'm like, that's good enough for me. Here you go, son. Don't tell your parents.
What if you did hand out beer?
I think I'd get in a lot of trouble.
Would you?
You know there'd be one wiener kid that would rat me out. You know, there'd be one kid that breathes entirely like through his mouth, and he would go home and he would tell his mom, and then Karen would come to my house and the police would get involved, and next thing you know, I'm in some trouble.
Yeah,
you can't hand out beer to
You
kids.
can't, but at the same time, they wouldn't want it. Like they're too little. Like maybe the teens would want it.
At what age do you want the illegal beers? Like 13? 16?
Yeah, I'm gonna go
16.
Yeah, at least 16.
Maybe 15, like if your parents really, really suck.
Really?
Yeah.
You think the 13-year-olds, you think the 7th graders aren't coming for free booze?
I was teaching 8th grade today. There's no way that those
No.
kids are drinking anything harder than, a Yahoo or whatever.
And if they are, well,
like a White Claw,
If
maybe?
yeah, exactly. If they want booze, it's
They're
not
not drinking that.
It's not beer.
Because I remember being...
Beer's gross when you're 13.
Yeah, it was so long ago, but I'm trying to remember because ours was I got my hands on some Henry Weinhard's wine coolers.
Ooh.
Some Schmitz?
My parents, my dad that passed away, my stepdad, and then my mom, they had like the secret, they had like 3 other Mormon families they would get together with, and they'd go down to Shasta and they would drink. And it was like, it was big controversy.
What?
So when my parents would come back, there'd be a cooler and like out in the garage, and they didn't think anyone knew about it. Sorry, Mom, I knew about it. And I remember sneaking out there and getting some wine coolers. And that was the Bartles and James wine coolers. And I want to say it was around there, I had like 13-ish. But I do remember that hard liquor and beer were not like...
I was going to say that's different than beer.
That's different,
Yeah.
yeah. I remember having like an old Milwaukee when I was about that age and being like, that's the worst thing of all time. And then whiskey was worse than that. I think a buddy had some his buddy's dad had maybe like some Old Crow or something. Some just crap, and we took a shot of it, and I thought I was going to die. And then you had to pretend that it was awesome.
Yeah.
We're at my buddy Todd Lucas's house, and he's like, hey, man, got a bottle of Old Crow. I'm like, yeah, let's have a shot. And then I'm like, this is great. And inside, I'm dying.
Well, that's true of beer, too. I mean, when you first tried beer...
Yeah.
Oh, it's really good.
This is good. This is good stuff. This is great. This is great.
That's prime Mad Dog 2020 time.
Yeah. The Orange Jubilee or grape, the only acceptable flavors of Mad
Red
Dog.
and light blue.
I never had
Excuse
Mad
you?
Dog.
You weren't a Jubilee guy, huh? The Mad Dog?
No, we were too upscale in Kansas.
Bougie for the $4 wine.
Did you get some Aftershock, were you?
We had no, that's a little after my time.
Oh.
The Aftershock. We had the what did people drink that I couldn't believe they drank? What is that called?
Four Loko?
Oh God, no!
Well,
Dude, I'm old.
Yeah, we're old.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was back in your day.
What's like the pure? It's a drink, but it's like pure ethanol. It's like gasoline.
Oh, Everclear?
Everclear.
Oh my God.
People would drink Everclear.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
good stuff, dude.
When you were young?
Well, I mean, high
that's
school.
That's a bold move.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe people drank it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I drink that over absinthe.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Absinthe is gross.
I hate that to this
So
day.
gross.
Someone said I have a 13-year-old daughter. Many will happily take beer. They won't like the taste, but the forbiddenness of it is what they want. So that's my thing.
That's
Kids
true.
are dumb. Kids will do all kinds of stuff that they hate if if you're like, it's cool.
Yeah, but 13. We're talking about trick or treaters, dude. These kids are like 5. They don't want your pub beer.
Okay.
I don't want your life.
White Claws it is.
Yeah,
High noons, dude. It's not
High
White
Noon
Claws.
sips?
It's a juicy drink.
High noon tequila lime. That stuff's fire.
Is that going to be the new one where people, instead of like fentanyl in your candy, we're spiking your juicy juice with what was Michael Jackson? He had the Jesus juice, right?
Yeah.
He was just pouring like straight wine into kids like sippy cups. Let's try that.
All right. Well,
the early days of your drink. Is there anyone that had good early days of alcohol? I don't think it exists.
no, because you don't like any of it.
No, it's all
You just
terrible.
know you have to do it. To get the chicks.
You have to power through it. What was
You have to loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think the stuff that I remember that the first time I actually liked something, and it's like the worst drink on earth, but the first thing I can remember when I was probably about 14 that I was like, oh, this actually tastes good was a Midori Sour. I remember being like 13, 14 years old and had a Midori Sour, and I was like, this doesn't taste like alcohol at all.
Gross.
Yeah, exactly. Like now, if you put one of those in front of me, I'm like, seriously? But for like 13, 14-year-old you that had been drinking just the worst liquor on earth, it was the first thing I tasted that didn't actually taste horrid. It tasted like a green slushy.
I remember loving Jim Beam Green Apple and thinking it was the cheap version of Crown Green Apple because I was so used to Skull vodka.
Do you like those honey whiskeys?
Yeah, some of the flavored whiskeys are all right. It's
like
very
peanut butter whiskey.
Dude, the Screwball peanut butter whiskey is delightful.
Yeah, it's kind of the new Fireball on the golf course.
Is it?
I've noticed.
People are doing the Screwball.
Yeah, Fireball has been synonymous with shots on a golf course forever.
I told you, my buddies in the liquor business that said that the Fireball people are pissed because it was, for years, it was like the #1 seller.
Yeah.
And now
no one drinks
No
it
one
now.
drinks anymore. It's it's old news.
It's just pure sugar. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's awful.
And so now people are doing the
Peanut butter whiskey,
peanut butter whiskey.
flavored whiskeys.
I told you one of the best and it's not an old fashioned, it's just what they called it. It was at the Encore. There's a little like brunch spot at the Encore, and they made their version of the old fashioned, and it was Screwball whiskey, and then there was like some Remy Martin mixed in there with a couple other things, and like a piece of peanut brittle that they put in there. That I think I ordered like 6 of those at brunch. That was one of the best beverages I've ever had, and that's what kind of got me started down the. I was like, "What, peanut butter whiskey?" I was like, "Let's go."
Was that perhaps at Jardine?
Yes. If you're ever there, order their peanut butter old fashioned, and I'm telling you, you're welcome. I tried to recreate it at the house, and it's fine.
You ain't recreating that.
No, it's fine. I can do a decent version of it, but it is nowhere near what they do down there.
It's a delightful spot.
You guys ever do 40s on the golf course?
No.
You should.
Boy, if you all you need to know about Will right there is, do you do 40s?
There's a bit of an age gap
Yeah.
here. I don't even really drink on the course anymore.
Well,
I
what's the
used
point
to.
of golfing then?
Well, I like the actual game.
I do too, but it's also an excuse to drink.
Every once in a while, I have a bev.
I like it, my man, because I am not a member, but I have friends that are. And my man Joel at the turn at Royal Oaks.
Oh yeah, he's great.
He's got a banquet for me. He sees my name on the tee sheet, and I'll just come by and he just smiles and there's a Coors banquet waiting for me.
He is such a fan. He saw me on the tee sheet there a few times and had whiskey ready for me.
He's great.
He's just the best.
He is phenomenal.
He's just the best.
Shout out to Joel.
If only you could all be like that. I'm just kidding. We love you. Just give us drinks and stuff, you know.
There you go.
True story.
All right. Well, we got to get back on track here.
Focus, will you?
What's coming up next? I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
We will on the Fan.
The home of dirt and sports.
You know, I always felt I could be a great salesman. Well, believe me, I could talk anybody into anything, except women into sex. That's the only thing I can't do.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
Well, because you mentioned pub beer and giving it to kids for Halloween, we have now
do that.
we have stumbled upon a Zima discussion off the air.
I'm learning, man.
Well,
yeah, Will's too young for Zima.
Yeah, Zima was my first BYU experience. So when I went to BYU on my recruiting trip, like
they gave you Zima.
No.
Tell me they gave you Zima.
No, but I was under the impression that at BYU it wasn't all buttoned up because the guys that I went out with, actually we went to Salt Lake and we went to parties. It was the whole thing. So when I first got to BYU, the first party, it was a ska party, for God's sakes.
What?
Yeah.
At BYU?
It was some gal that I was trying to, do something with. And she was like, there's a ska party. So I was like, all right, we're going to this.
It's like I don't know, how would you describe ska? It's
ska, think like a crappier version of like No Doubt. No
Doubt.
Or like No Doubt started out as a ska band. There you go. How about that? And not like this Gwen Stefani, but the first,
I mean,
version of it.
It's kind of punky.
Yeah.
But I know who's ska. The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
There you go.
Do you know them?
I know No Doubt before I know the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
Okay.
I'm just assuming like kind of emo, kind of punk, but not quite.
It's definitely a specific sound.
Yes.
At any rate.
Fishbone, if you will.
I have an idea of where you're going with this.
All right. So I was under the impression, that was my only experience at BYU. So I thought, I'm like, hey, some people party, because when I went there on my recruiting trip. So I was talking to this gal, and
was she hot?
At the time, I thought she was great. I mean, looking back, you ever do that too, where you look back and you're like, ooh.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
Whoa. What was I thinking?
Well, let's be honest, though. It's not like I was Brad.
What was she thinking?
It's not like I was Brad Pitt or anything. I had hair back then, thinning. It was probably terrible. I was like, I don't know. This gal seems interested, and she invited me to a party. It's a ska party, and it was out in someone's field. So I've got all the makings, right? Girl interested in me, talking to me. It's a party. It's out in the field. Ska party. So there's going to be dancing. And she says, bring something to drink. So I'm like, this is great, right? I'm at BYU.
And you're in high school?
No, this is BYU. Freshman at BYU.
But I thought they were recruiting you.
No, on my recruiting trip at BYU, we actually went to a real party.
Yeah.
And
oh, right. So this is why you think that they party.
Yes.
But they don't.
I was under the impression that at BYU, when someone invites you to a party, it's going to be the party that I went to on my recruiting trip.
So this is like your first party at BYU?
My first party. I'd been there for maybe 2 weeks, right? Outside of football. Like 2 weeks into school, talking to a gal in, I believe it was geology. And I liked what she had going on. She seemed a little alternative for BYU, which probably meant like, she had like more than one piercing. So I was like, oh, this is my gal. And so she invites me to a party, and those were all my signs. It's into me.
Bring something to drink.
Bring something to drink, ska party, dancing in a field. So I was like, cool. I'm like, this is going down. So then I thought to myself, what do I bring to a party with a ska girl that she's going to want to drink? I'm not showing up with like whiskey. I'm trying to like show up. And I knew in high school, if the girls wanted something to drink, Zima was it. Zima was it.
That's right.
Right? So I head down to the local Smith's grocery store, and John Sukanik, because that was my ID, it's the best fake ID ever, is I just stole my brother's ID. So I went in there and I bought a 12er of Zima, and I was like, I'm going to be the hero of this ska party, and I'm going to get to do some squeezing. So I go rolling up to this thing, and I was all fired up about it, and I come walking out, and I had the Zima, and I S you not. You would have thought that I showed up with like a bag full of dog turds. Like everyone just was looking at me like, it was like, what?
Did she leave on the spot?
She was livid at
She's
me.
like, what? How could you even do this?
Yes. And I was like, what? Huh?
What do you mean?
Like you said to bring something to drink. The most controversial thing at that stupid party that someone brought was those Starbucks Frappuccinos.
Oh my God.
I was like, are you kidding me?
BYU. What a mistake.
BYU.
Drinking apple. Are they drinking like little apple juice?
Dude, there was
boxes?
There was like 30 people there.
Like children.
And I bring Zima and I'm the best. Like it was, you know what a sad state of affairs to see me, like fat old lineman, like 19 years old, walking back to your Ford Thunderbird carrying a 12er of Zima.
More Zima for you.
There you go.
Those were gross, but they were kind of that. You're so right about if you wanted to get in some girl's pants,
Zima.
You had to have the Zima.
It tasted like Sprite.
But I think it's age old, maybe not age old, but in recent times, it's been like people want something lighter drinking.
Yes,
they just do.
Yeah.
And Zima was kind of that when we were kids because the Mike's Hard Lemonades were a thing, and then Zimas, and it was like where I'm from, you got called gay if you were drinking that. Yeah. It was a different time. It was not good.
It was a different time.
And so you because as a male, you didn't want like
you had to bow up.
Yeah, I got to drink these disgusting Keystone Lights. Although that's pretty much
I used to love those.
Water anyway.
Yeah.
But like you just didn't want to drink those because it was just you weren't cool. It wasn't cool.
Yeah.
But the girls drank those. But the Zima is age old. Like it's been discontinued. By the way, Coors made Zima. Did you know that?
Yeah, I just found that out. I had no idea.
So of course you told me that. So I'm pretending as if I'm presenting you a fact that you just told me.
Just found out.
But the Zima still exists. It's just these Trulies and these White Claws. But
you're living in the golden age of girly drinks.
But the difference now is in seltzers. Yeah, the difference now is that it's okay to drink those.
Yeah.
Like nobody cares what you drink.
No, it's funny is that
back then you got judged for what you
were
drank.
judged. It was not okay. And I'll tell you what, when the White Claw thing happened, the White Claw Outlaws, I used to be like, seriously? And now you can't say anything because that's what everyone drinks. When I go somewhere like in a group, when the BTJ invites me out and we end up in some sort of group, and I'm telling you, I'm usually the outlier because I'm drinking beer. And like if we're out on a river, if you're out on a summertime party, I'm usually just drinking beer. I'm drinking some pub beer or whatever, drinking some Rainier or something. And I'll bet you if I'm at a party with 20 to 25 people, there's 3 of me there and the rest are drinking some form of White Claw, Truly, whatever. And there's been a radical shift. Yes, but back in the day, you would have been called gay.
You'd have been shamed
and mocked.
Yep.
Yes.
You can't drink it.
No.
And it wasn't very good. What?
You can drink them now.
Well, they don't have them now.
Well, not Zima, but the new version. Although I will make fun of you if you do slap the bag. Twisted Teas are horrible.
Twisted Tea, never had it.
Don't do it. Not worth it. Very
my son likes the Twisted Tea.
Ask him if he slaps the bag.
What is slapping the bag?
When you are taking a pull from the bag, you gotta slap it.
What?
When you're like chugging it. You chug it, you get like on a knee, someone holds it, you press the button so the liquid comes out, and then they smack the bag while you're chugging it.
Why would a Twisted Tea be in a bag?
That's what it comes in. I don't make the deals with the manufacturer.
It comes in cans.
No, if you buy the big one, like if you buy a big thing, you can buy it in a bag.
Oh, well.
Trust me.
I've never seen that. My son, though, like I've seen him with his friends, and they buy like a.
It's like a box of Franzia.
Same idea.
Go. Yeah,
they also slap that.
I don't know. He just buys cans of Twisted Tea.
Hey, drink whatever you like.
Exactly. People love to mock me because my final, and usually the final, and the final is always a White Russian. That's how I end my evening. And I get people that try to throw shame at that, and I'm like, sorry that my dessert beverage is frothy and delicious.
One of our texters said, Suk, I might be a little late with this advice, but maybe don't go to BYU.
Dude, you have no idea. The amount of events that occurred that are in the same form, and some of them I can't share on air, but I can assure you that there were well into the double digits of incidents just like that, where my dumbass thought, hey, this is happening. No, it's not. And and that's the weird part. Like, I try not to crap on BYU. It kept me out of trouble for the most part. I got a good education. We played good football. I met some really good friends. I got married to my wife. Like, I don't like to crap on it, right? It wasn't for me. I probably shouldn't have gone there. But I try not to crap on the place because for a lot of people, they love it. But I'm telling you, the mental gymnastics that BYU students do about what is okay and what is not. I was there for 5 years, and by God, I never figured out that line. Not even close to figuring out that line. No idea where it's at. And just when you think you had that line figured out and that's the line you towed, someone came and moved that line. And you're like, what did I do now? And sometimes the thing that got the person upset, I'm telling you, 1,000 times more tame than what you were doing that they had no problem with. It's very challenging.
Here's a text that says, Will and Rop, as a man who has had a White Claw in front of Souk, I'm calling BS. If you have a claw and you're a man and he sees you, expect the full Souk belittling experience. How about that? You're being called out. And then he says, God forbid you should be wearing something he doesn't agree with while drinking said White Claw.
Okay, well, I know
Well,
who
that
this,
does sound like you.
I know
Is
who
this
this is.
a certain sports person?
No, I know who this is. And let me say something. Dude, if you're at a bar on your birthday and you're wearing like you're wearing a flowery tank top and you're at a bar and you keep ordering White Claws, yeah, I'm sorry, dude. You're getting made fun of.
You drink White Claws at the bar?
White Claws at a bar in a tank top. Yeah, you're getting made fun
Yeah,
of.
White Claw is like I'm out on a boat drink.
right.
White Claw is I'm out at the beach.
Yeah.
When I go to the bar, it's pub beer all the way.
You're not drinking a White Claw at a bar.
No.
Yeah, it is true that that's an odd thing to drink a White Claw at a bar, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but
If it's given to you, it's fine. If you buy it, bad.
Souk will shame you.
Yeah, there was a little shame there. It's a little shame.
Somebody's still hurt over
Well,
that.
you
But
know,
that does sound like you.
Yeah, probably.
You often pick on people for what they wear.
Unfortunately, though, the White Claw has become universally accepted, and so you just kind of roll with it. This was in the early days of the White Claw. You know, this was this man was a White Claw pioneer, and now I don't know. They're just
look at this. Will's being called out. Dwayne is in. He says, Will picked a White Claw out of the cooler at the Fan Golf Classic. Not going to lie, being a dude in my 40s, I did judge him. To his credit, I found out later that Will drink anything but is trying to watch his caloric intake.
We did lots of shots. Look, I'm worried about my figure from time to time.
Well, I just don't think we're in a world where you have to qualify. Oh, I had a White Claw, but I did lots of shots. Like,
do what you want.
what is this? 1980?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
You're
Drink
White Claw
whatever you
outlaw.
want.
Own it. Own it.
Every once in a while. Although I do prefer the noons.
the high noon sips.
I like the
high
tequila
noon.
limes.
That high
dude.
noon sucks.
You're wrong, dude. The tequila limes are fire.
All of this has been an ad for pub beer. That's the longest ad
Go back to pub beer.
we've ever done.
Love pub beer.
Because pub beer is like that easy drinking.
Yes, it is.
You know, because that's what I don't like about beer is I have two of them and I feel like I'm going to throw up or take a dump. Pub beers, I can drink a bunch of them
That's right.
because I'm a man.
Go crack one right now.
I'm
I got
50.
I got one in the fridge. Don't make me break out the pub beer hat.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'd wear that.
It would fit.
I was emasculated with no mercy. Boy, that guy.
What did you say to this poor
What
man?
did you? You just. Souk can be rough on
He
you.
knows. He knows what he did.
Does he get PTSD every time he sees a White Claw?
He might.
You know what you did.
You might have
He's
scared him
gotta
out
go
of.
to the VA.
You know what that tank top and that White Claw. You know what you did.
Is that who I think it is?
Probably.
Yeah.
He deserved the shame.
Can we name him?
Oh, he's already been named.
He deserved the shame. He deserved it.
Something tells me that if that's who I think it is, and I think it is, it doesn't matter what he was drinking, you were going to make fun of him.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, Souk just picks certain people and he's going in on you. It doesn't matter. You're one of them.
He waits until it's because he sees me and he's like, that was me so long ago, idiot.
Schultze's one of them.
Oh, Schulte.
This guy on the text line there. All right.
Probably should break.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I got a guy in there lied about some white
I don't
walls.
know if I want to. You know, this has been a delightful Club 1080 hour. Because
it's wide ranging.
we've planned none of it.
No, it just kind of happened.
What if we said beginning today, we never plan a thing ever again?
How long before anyone noticed?
That's a good question.
I think we could get away with it for a while.
It might take you a while.
It might take us a while. Then someone would be like, hey, we need to study. Or like a door would fall off and we're not talking about it. Like, hey, what the hell?
Pub beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
There you go.
How's that for an ad? All right, here's Will with SportsCenter.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac.
app.
On 1080 The Fan. Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotchy, scotch, scotch.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
Now we got beer guy coming in here.
Everyone's got hot beer takes, man. And
Yeah,
hot
well,
liquor takes.
Well,
and-
we're in beer land here.
Yes, we are.
I mean, I don't know much about beer.
Well, I piss beer guy off because no matter where I go, I order like one of 4 beers, and
Yeah.
everyone looks down on me. There's one bar that I go to in Camas that the bartender hates me because they have like 75 taps, and I ordered the same thing, and just the shame and scorn. Like, nice attitude. I'm sorry. Sorry I drink something that I enjoy as opposed to your crappy IPA.
Well, he should fake that, but at the same time, he's not wrong. Like, you have all this great beer and you're ordering that, but he should fake it and be like, oh, that's great.
Isn't this the same thing as you making fun of the guy who likes the White Claw, so he orders the White Claw at the bar?
Yeah, the difference is I'm not ordering a White Claw. Keep drinking your White Claw.
In his eyes, you are.
Turn your hat around
Yeah,
backwards and
that's right.
order a White Claw.
In his eyes, you are.
Yeah, he does. And
he's like, here's a White Claw while you're at it.
He does not hide his disdain for my order. It's great.
Yeah, see, I don't like the snobby beer thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't venture into the beer world much, so I don't know. Is it really that snobby? I mean, I know
it depends on where you go. Like, if you go to a place with a lot, like if you go some places, like, I'll be drinking at Jerry's later tonight. Jerry has like 4 beers on tap, so there's no snobbery
well,
there.
that's not. Yeah, I'm
No.
talking about like the Portland beer scene.
Yes, if
like,
you go to a Portland beer thing where there's 50 on tap and you order a Hams or a Rainier or something, or you get a pub beer, yeah, people are gonna, the beer guy is gonna poo-poo you.
Well, that's your experience. I'm just saying, like, because wine is notoriously snobby.
Yes.
And it's something I love wine, but it's something I don't like about wine. Is like the beer, the craft beer scene. It's probably not wine snobby, but is it just a snobby scene in general? Is what I'm asking. Or is it pretty down to earth?
I don't think it's as snobby as wine, but yes, in Portland it is very snobby. 100%.
I don't like that.
I don't either. It's no good.
I feel like snobby beer guy also drinks gross beers.
Well, they're probably gross to you.
Well, I just don't, like I said, I'm with you. I don't like drinking heavy beers. It's not my, if I'm drinking beers, we're going to be here for a while.
Right.
And we ain't stopping at 3. We're going to keep this going for a while. And I don't want to drink 7 IPAs. I find it repulsive. I don't want to drink 7 stouts. You give me a nice light lager, though, we'll keep this going for a while. I like to keep the party going.
This guy's in the industry. He says drink German Pilsners.
An old German, absolutely, is fantastic. We were up in Canada this last weekend, and we were at an Irish bar. And what I liked is their beers had their own glasses. Like with the like if you got a Guinness, it had a Guinness logo on it. When you got a Harp, it had the Harp on it. When you got a Coors, it had the Coors Banquet logo on there. I was like, oh, look at this classy Irish bar. Like, all the beers have their own glasses.
So
I thought it was a nice touch.
He's saying that Eyinger or Weihenstephan.
I've had I don't know how to pronounce it, but I've had the Weihenstephan one. Yeah.
He says that they are German Pilsners, and they're like Coors, but without the artificial ingredients. So they're light drinking, easy drinking beer.
Yeah, we're getting into the ingredients thing. Here's my thing. That if I'm drinking beer, no offense, but I'm not really concerned about,
I could care less about the ingredients.
Do you have any organic beer?
It's right. It's
like, what are your vegan options in your beer aisle?
It's like the person that smokes American spirits and thinks that they're doing something better than you're just paying a lot for cancer. That's all it is. Like,
those were gross.
I'm sorry. It's like, I only smoke American spirits. Like, cool. Enjoy your expensive cancer as opposed to, your Dave's discount cigarettes.
Well, I was in the industry back in the day, and of course smoking was a thing, and I smoked. And I will say the American spirits people were just 16% cooler. They were.
Well,
like if you smoked American spirits, like, ooh, whoa.
My buddy in the liquor business, so he sells obviously a lot of cigarettes at his place, and he does say that we had this conversation not too long ago. I was asking him, I was like, hey, because I don't smoke, never really smoked. I chewed, but I never smoked other than cigars. And I asked him what the cigarette market was all about, because we were talking about Cools. Somehow Cools got brought up. I said, wait, like didn't Camels go away? I thought Camels went away, and he goes, no, just Joe Camel went away, but Camels are still a thing. And I said, what are people smoking? He goes, Marlboros are still kind of a thing, but he said the most popular one is American Spirit. He said American Spirit dominates it at his, in Portland at least, at his liquor store.
Yeah.
The American Spirit is the dominant cigarette.
I think that's a Portland thing.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit more alternative.
Is it?
Vancouver too.
Well, it is here. Yes.
It's like in all of the vending machines that sell cigarettes, you always see American Spirits.
Yeah. There's a blue pack and a red pack. Or no, sorry, a yellow pack and a like a light blue pack. And I don't know what the difference
It's always American Spirits, Marlboro, and Newports.
By the way, they're owned by Reynolds, which I think owns everybody. So just
Well, back in the day, they used to have the Hots would stroll in and start passing out. They would pass out free packs of cigarettes, but they were Lucky Strikes.
Oh,
so you had to smoke the Lucky Strikes, and they were disgusting, but they were free. And my God, was that a win in those days. So I smoked a lot of Lucky Strikes because they would always come into our bar.
Okay.
And they were hot.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'll smoke that.
It's like we could never afford, ours was, we could never afford Copenhagen. And we really couldn't afford Kodiak. So you had two choices. If you want to pitch to the bear, no. You know Kodiak, you had to go with the Grizzly. And if you couldn't afford the Grizzly, then you went down to the Rooster. You got the cock.
Yeah.
That was like what you could have. That's what you could afford.
No Skull?
And it was, Skull's so far out of our reach. No. You had to get the bottom of the barrel stuff. And I'm sure that stuff was, because that you could tell the difference. You get yourself some Rooster. I think that thing's just like, that's like 4% tobacco and like 90-something percent like fiberglass. That stuff's terrible. But it's like what you can afford.
I will say, too, that, and this is maybe a little Kansas coming out of me, but the old school light beer with a shot of whiskey.
Yeah.
That is so damn delightful.
So good.
It really is. I can't do it all the time, but every once in a while, it's like you're in a mood for a beer, but then you're also in the mood to get kind of drunk. So you're like, let's speed this up.
That's how you start the night, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's right.
Just get some Irish car bombs going on then, and you're good to go.
It's a good start. Now it's the simplicity of just the shot and the beer.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Maybe two of them. And you're well on your way.
I do appreciate that there is, you go back to some basics, right? You go back to a 2 tight end set and you run the football.
Let's go back to our Kansas roots.
That's what we
call
do.
that play the Kansas. All right, we got to go. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Seahawks football is